Hello everyone, and welcome to the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup brought to you by iRacing. My name is Matthew Sadokis-Trivet, and it's a pleasure to be standing here, fittingly in Germany, at the newest track on iRacing, the Hockenheim Ring. And in fact, we're even on the Porsche Experience Center roof right now. It's quite a view, I have to say. Now, we are going to have a little bit different view in the server today, however, because the races are actually going to be coming up from Monza virtually. It's the All-Star races as well as the championship decider in just a sec.
Flowing. And a big accident! The fine line between disaster and joy. What a battle between them!
Now down from the roof to join us in our beautiful Hockenheim studio here at the Porsche Experience Center. What a place. It's the latest track in iRacing, so it seems extremely fitting to be here. I've brought my oven mitt. I'm okay. It's fine for those of you that were wondering because we're cooking up a heck of a show. But it's been a rough year. We know that. It's been extremely difficult. It's been awesome that esports, that Porsche, that all kinds of different action as well as sim racing and real have been able to at least entertain people at home, but it's only fitting that we were able to do something for what has been an awesome season of PESC. I will assure you that it was difficult with the regulations, but everyone here, we've gone through the precautions. It seemed mandatory that we had to do this show, but there's been a lot of testing done. So we are COVID safe today, and we're very proud of that, and we're very happy that we are able to put this show on, because what a beautiful studio. As you can see, we've already got a 992 Cup car on my left, something very, very, very special and cool on my right. You'll see that it's under wraps. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But why are we here? Well, it is the season finale. It's our hashtag Never Not Racing Champion show, and we do have a championship to crown today. The Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup finale, brought to you by iRacing, does reach its conclusion. And while we're here at Hockenheim, obviously we're racing virtually at Monza. Just as always, we start off with our All-Star race. We're going to jump into that in a moment. We've got some guests in the studio, one of our All-Stars, as well as a Porsche Junior and PESC driver himself, iRacing, and we're going to get into all of that because, as we said, as there's so much to discuss and so much that's gone on in the season, we have to celebrate everything as well as drop some iRacing news. There's another spoiler for you on what's going on my right side. But yeah, going to be a ton of fun. We'll start with the All-Star race like always, and then we'll talk about some points because there's a lot of dynamics, some penalties to discuss, some storylines. We know Josh Rogers might be out of reach for the championship point, although we can't officially crown him the champion until the race is over. But there's a battle for second, and the top 20 have to requalify. We're going to get into all that as well as talk to iRacing, as well as Dan Szysleski, who's here with us in the studio about their experiences this year, and then talk race cars because I could stare at that all day. I would stare at that, but we might have to undress her at some point first. So in just a second, we'll jump into it. But it has to be said, this is a 10-race season. And while this is the finale, and yes, this is Monza, it was a long path to get here. 9 race weekends led to this extremely competitive season. And it was, of course, the road to Monza. Let's take a look at it now.
The green flag is in the air, and away we go. Big incident there.
This is a battle of two protagonists. Sebastian Job leads the way. Josh Rogers all over him.
The two champions, Joshua Rogers and Sebastian Job.
This is becoming your Senna and your Prost. PESC at its finest. This is what we expect when you've got this much talent and so many cars on track.
That's Max Benneker. Oh, he's just all locked up there.
Just a little too ambitious. All red cars at the front. I think I'm going to put some more red on my car next year.
All right, Sunshine, I'm coming through. And Sanchez is making the move. He's trying to take the opportunity. Job's going to have to give space. Sanchez is on the inside, but Job gets the run. De Jong and Rogers in together. This is first and second in the championship, and they're facing the wrong way. Özgard will just give a car's width of room. Oh, no contact between the two of them. Özgard's into the tyre wall. All De Jong has to do, make it through the final chicane. Look at the joy on his face. Josh Rogers trying to break the draft here. It is Collins, the rookie, at the front of the field. Oh, Sebastian Job, engine.
Rare to see an iRacing an engine go, but he's done.
That's huge implications for the championship here. And there's contact between the two of them. series getting together door to door.
These guys have definitely swapped paint a few corners, and it's great to see, but what a battle.
We want the drama, we got it. But never say never in the Porsche Heuer Esports Supercup. Kevin Owens Jr. is going to take victory here. And Sebastian Job is going to win a feature race.
Rogers, man, he is on a move, no question about it. Sebastian is taking no prisoners as he makes his way back through the order.
This track is relentless, isn't it? It just keeps coming at you. Can they keep it side by side? Yes, they can. Well, there's more contact. It's carnage at Le Con. My goodness, what a drive and what a race.
Phenomenal drive all the way through. Everyone can be proud of that.
I'm breathless after that one.
That was the road to Monza. It's been a long road to get here. Some incredibly long tracks, Nordschleife, Le Mans. We also had Canada in there, Montreal, some American action. Someone who's been a part of all of it, Eichenguven, but also Dan Cisleski, who's been a big part of the All-Star season. I'm going to get to him in a minute, but I want to make sure that we include you guys, because you guys were part of this season as well. So make sure you're asking questions in the chat. We're going to monitor some of those and answer them a bit later on. Maybe Dan can get some answers in. You've got a fun job today because you're in a different rig than normal, and you still have P2 in the championship.
Yeah, it's still the rig. First time I drive motion, it's so much fun. It's so confusing. It's a completely different setup, but it's really cool to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me, and yeah, it's great.
How difficult is that to get used to on short notice? Because I find I'm very, very set on my ways with my sim rig.
Yeah, you know, I do a lot of reviews. I do a lot of testing on my channel, so I'm used to adapting quickly to different hardware. So I would say like 10-15 minutes or so, maybe a few settings, and it's fine. It's fine.
And you are battling today with the RDA for P2. He
Yes.
messaged me and actually asked me to unplug your rig halfway through the race. So if you want to like pay me off, we might be able to come to an agreement.
No, I have a deal with Matt that he punts Jario, so it's fine.
Well, I'm glad you thought of it. Anything that you've got? I mean, you're streaming as well here, by the way.
Yes.
You've got your setup, so your fans.
I'm
are
about
gonna
to
be
go
joining
live.
us. Yeah, awesome. Okay, so you're not live yet, but we'll
Nope.
get there. I'll have to come raid your chat a little bit too. What are your thoughts going into Monza? Because it's been a long season. You're back in the Cup car now as well.
Cup car, one of my favorite cars on iRacing. I'm looking forward to the race. I hope to survive lap 1, turn 1, and especially second race should be a lot of fun with the reverse grid. So yeah, let's see. I hope I can keep P2 in the championship and have a lot of fun, have a lot of close battles, and really looking forward to that race.
Perfect. Well, I do the COVID good luck. We'll just we'll wing it for those obvious reasons. Good luck. It's going to be a
Thank you
ton
very
of fun.
much.
The All-Star race this year has been a surprise of the season in a lot of ways because the racing has been amazing. Someone who's no stranger to amazing racing, though, same thing. We'll do our little COVID. Yeah, okay. Eichenguven, who's not only racing in PESC, which you're going to be doing here. Your rig's actually here. We'll talk about that in a second. But I want to start with this because you had an incredible rookie year in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup in 2019, finished second in the championship, kind of jumped on everyone's radars, mine included. And you've just come from Monza where you got to test the latest and greatest, the 992 Cup car.
Yeah, we are just in Monza for Supercup official test like 2 days ago. And yeah, for me it's also nice we drive in Monza again today in the PESC because I'm get used to track, so I don't need to put extra hours to get used to curbs. In Monza, curbs are the big topic. So yeah, until now it's all good. And yeah, this machine is perfect. And yeah, it's nice to have it next to my rig. It feels quite good to drive and see the car there.
Have both your cars kind of together?
Yes, both of my office, let's say.
Yeah. How is the 992 compared to the 991 that you obviously were used to in your previous seasons?
Yeah, I think the people from iRacing know 911 was like the gen before is so tricky to drive, especially with the front side of the car, easy to lock, too much understeer sometimes. But this car is like big step. I think it's like 1 to 2 seconds faster, depends on the track per lap. Yeah, and it's like a small GT. I call it like this because you can go harder on the brakes, later on the brakes. Still, you don't have ABS, which is really nice for having a good feeling with the driving. But you can brake so late, you can carry more speed. So also still really good on the curbs. You have more downforce, so for me it's a big step, and I really enjoy to drive it.
Yeah, you can see some of the aero changes obviously at the front.
Yeah.
Those aren't all just for show.
Yeah, also with the rear diff.
Yeah, it's all different. The diffuser, yeah, exactly.
Diffuser, sorry.
Yeah, because you finally got one on the Cup car. I say finally. I mean, it was already beautiful, but I think the diffs make it look, or the diffusers make it look pretty. Pretty
also,
cool.
wing, different rear wing. We have more settings in the other car. We have like 9 settings, and here we have 12. So you can set more. Also, as my feeling, it's changed more. That means there is more aerodynamic on the car, because when you play with the wing, you can see the top speed change, the high speed corner change a lot. So
yeah. You've kind of become all things Porsche Motorsport, because obviously PESC's become quite serious. You're doing the Mobile One Super Cup again, I think German Carrera Cup as well.
That's true.
And obviously PESC. Now, you are in a bit of a position, we'll get a little more into it. You're not going to automatically requalify for next season. But how hard has it been to balance that, the dream of being the real life driver and now having Porsche support, Red Bull support, but also stay competitive with Coanda?
Yeah, I must say I really enjoy sim racing, especially in the winter last year with COVID, when we can't drive real life. I have time to spend time on the simulators, and yeah, that's the competition level is so high on the sim. So when my real life racing season start, I feel in the sim racing I can't competitive as before anymore. Like for example, I qualify for the PESC, which I'm really strong in the qualifying series because it's in the winter. But the PESC season came to my real season. I missed 3 races, and mentally also I can't focus, I can't prepare as much as others. So it's a bit difficult, but I must say it's a big challenge for me. I really like to drive sims, and also for me it's really nice to battle with the best drivers in the world on the simulator. So it's also helped me a lot for the real life racing to drive with these guys, because they are really good. So.
Well, and it obviously helps too. I would imagine you're Turkish. The Turkish fans are incredible. But to be with Coanda in Germany, that's part of the reason we could get you here. But to have that sort of house, that support system that team creates around you with guys like Mitchell de Jong, Josh Rogers, I mean, that must make it a little bit easier to sort of to work with that.
So I live in Coanda house. We have sim house where there is Josh, Mitchell, Dave, Mac, and myself, and the other team members. So yeah, it's really special for me to work with them, because you can see, like for example, Josh. If I'm not see Josh, I say he's cheating. But since I see him driving in front of me and I see his data, so I use his setup. So I have everything from them, from Mitchell, from Josh, from Mac, and I can compare myself with them, and I can improve and I can push more. Because as I say, when I see them, I will say, okay, if they can do, I must do also. So I push myself. Also, they are really helpful. When we eat dinner, we're always talking about the sim racing or the setups or the real life racing, how to improve. So for me, it's a big advantage that Coanda give us.
Well, and you've obviously got the real life experience doing sim now as well. I find that's extremely impressive, because I know lots of people that are quick in real life and don't translate. World's fastest gamer, there's been a few different things that have kind of taken people the other way, but do you see guys like Josh and Mitch? I guess Mitch is a bit of an exception because rallycross, right? But do you think Josh could jump in a car? Is there that much value now?
Sure. I have no doubt, because I always see his driving, I know his mentality, I know his physically is enough. So I don't see any reason why Josh is not fast in the real car. So I'm sure with that he's going to be fast. But he's on the top of the sim game, and I think both of them is not really possible. Even for me, I focus more on the real life, and I can put sim racing background. And Josh, if you want to be like real life, then he want to put the sim racing backside. So it's a little bit like the balance you need to like manage. But I'm sure I want to see Josh one day in a real car, and I'm sure he will fast.
I have no doubt either. I think he's been exceptional this season. There's no doubt about it. Just quickly, we'll touch on it because we're going to see it a little bit later when you're actually in the rig. But unlike Dan, who's, because it's the All-Star race, he's been very nice to us. He's agreed to use new motion sim, which is super cool, but use stuff that's not his. You were pretty set you had to have your rig here. I think you said yesterday when we were talking, you thought it might be like 2/10 difference, but that's enough at PESC, isn't it?
Yeah, like this is my VRS rig from the team, which Josh and Mitchell, everyone use in the house. Also other people from another, like our team members from the not in the house, everyone use this. And yeah, for me, I get used to it. And when I will be here, first thing I ask, can you guys bring my simulator to here? Because for me, I don't want to spend time to get used to another pedal, another steering wheel. So I want my rig, and luckily it's there, so it's here. And yeah, for me, as you say, it's maybe 2/10 that I will lost, but in PESC level,
That's the difference between first and last, which you actually
I think
have.
it's the difference between me and Josh, and he's P1 and I'm P28 in the standings.
Well,
so
hang on, you're P further back today. We said we were going to touch on this. I'll get into it a little bit later to explain it to everyone at home, but I might as well put you on the spot now. Yeah. Penalty points are accumulated throughout the season. They obviously issue penalties at the end of each race for the next one. With the exception of this race, there's actual point on the table. Again, I'll get all to that later. But one of the penalties handed out is a qualifying ban for you this race weekend. So you don't actually get to qualify. You, as well as Sebastian Job, who's in the battle for P2 right now, Alejandro Sanchez and Maximilian Benecke are all at the back.
Yeah, the penalty system is really, I think it's good. I get the penalty, but it's good for the level of the racing because everyone take care. Even for me, I get many penalty points in the beginning of the season, and all the season I'm driving really safe, like more safe than even in real life to not get the grid penalty.
Yeah.
But unluckily in Le Mans it's happened. There was a small crash and I get penalty for it. And now I start from back of the grid, but it feels good because next to me is Job, it's Benecke or Sanchez. So at the end, feels really bad.
I feel like Sebastian's going to be more aggressive too. He's got more to lose. He's got to actually push all the way through to try and get back up.
Yeah.
So what's kind of the plan of approach? Because first corner Monza.
For me, I think I start P last. So I try to not have any damage from the first chicane, which is I don't know. Maybe I need to stop. I'm thinking about stop in the turn one because of the traffic and stuff. So yeah, and I'm sure Job, Max, they will be more aggressive to go front, and I will try to follow them. I will try to stay on their slipstream, and when they pass someone, I try to follow them, and yeah, I try to stay on the top 20 for the main race. If I can climb up to top 20 for the main race, then maybe I can fight for the top 10 in the main race. So top 10 is the realistic
goal.
Yes,
yeah,
for me.
And draft is going to be huge here. It's been big all year long.
Yeah.
We know that. We've talked about it a number of times. But you've got Le Mans where you were kind of limited on the gearing. Now it's wide open at Monza. It might actually be more important.
Yeah, and I think in Monza, it's the difference between Le Mans. People can stay calm and wait for the last lap, but in Monza, you don't want to be in the middle of the group. Everyone wants to stay on the front because when you're in the middle, more risk the penalty, like the slow down penalties or crash. So I'm sure everyone try to make positions earlier, quicker. So I expect here more crashes.
More crashes. Lots of overtakes, I'm sure.
Yeah. Let's say overtake, not crash.
Yeah, well, actually, we're going to look at some of that now because we've done something cool and taken all of the races this season, put them together. We're going to talk more with Aichin about this afterwards as well. But there's a way that you guys can be involved in this because we've taken, like I said, the top 10 overtakes of the season leading up to now, put them together, and this is the Overtake of the Year award. Fucking sweaty as shit.
For our first entry on the list, we go all the way back to the start of the season at Interlagos, where Maximilian Benecke, who's always
my headset's not working, so I can't hear that at all.
came
So I'm
from
just
a
guessing
very
on
poor
times.
qualifying to 13th in the sprint race, and on the
I just
last
guessed.
lap of
It was
the
close.
feature, set himself up brilliantly out of the final corner for a draft battle to the line to take second place.
All right, I think it might be the headset because if I turn this way, I can hear you
The second round
when I'm
of the
looking at
season
him,
in
but when I turn this way,
Barcelona,
it cuts
it was
out. So let's
Sebastian
just
Job
switch
who
it.
showed us with a
If we have to,
high-speed move through the
just have someone
S's,
here
just how
signaling
daring
counts
that
or
he
something.
can be.
Because
The
I know
move
the
meant
show
that he would
order. I
finish
just don't know
eighth
it. Yeah,
in the
sorry, I'm
sprint
super
race,
slow.
which set him up for
The
a
extra
pole
stress, I
and
guess,
win
is not
in
here.
the future.
That's fine. We'll buy some more time here. So I was supposed to go 5.
A true overtaking award list would not be complete without an entry featuring Sebastian Job versus Joshua Rogers. And that's exactly what we got at the third round of the season at Imola. It was elbows out in the sprint race between the two rivals, and eventually Sebastian Job got the better of the battle. The fourth candidate on this list once again features Joshua Rogers, but this time it's against Kevin Ellis Jr. and Alejandro Sanchez. The single moves themselves may not seem that spectacular, but Josh pulled out copy and paste moves on both Ellis Jr. and Alejandro Sanchez in lap 9 and 10 respectively to show just how precise he was, and he would go on to win the feature race. Rookie Josh Thompson has had a season of mixed results, but at Silverstone he showed just what a talent he can be, as he versus Sindra Setsas was a battle to behold, and Josh made a move that would stick, going up 3 positions in lap 8 alone in the Silverstone main race. our 6th entry on this list once again features defending champion Sebastian Joe versus the inaugural champion Joshua Rogers. This time, Sebastian, having lost places early with a collision against Tommy Oostgaard, makes a move on Joshua Rogers that showed the skill of both drivers as the tight racing room in a battle that would last from Stowe all the way until Vale. But it was Sebastian Joe who came out on top, and in doing so, secured a home Grand Prix victory. In the last lap in the second last corner at Road Atlanta, as Kevin Ellis Jr. and Mitchell DeYoung made a little bit of an error against each other, Joshua Rogers went from P3 to P1 in a reactionary and daring move down the inside. One of 6 rookies in the field this season, none have been more impressive than Charlie Collins, when he passed both last year's 3rd place finisher Alejandro Sanchez and the defending champion Sebastian Joe. With a great run through Eau Rouge and a draft down the Kemmel Straight, he manages to get them both in one move. The 9th entry on this list once again features Sebastian Joe versus Joshua Rogers, but this time it's seasoned standout Mitchell DeYoung that also plays a part. Nürburgring's Duttinger Heuer Straight was always going to be a subject for conversation as the draft was hugely important. As the Coanda drivers moved to the right, it looked like Sebastian Job had missed his opportunity, but a decisive and very calculated move to the inside marked a 3-wide effort that allowed Sebastian to take the sprint race win. And last, but certainly not least, as a candidate for the overtake of the year, comes once again from the Duttinger Heuer Straight at Nürburgring. This time, Josh Rogers is not the one at the front of the queue, but rather the one benefiting from the draft, and he incredibly takes 3 cars in the space of 1 straightaway to take the lead and the win in the feature race.
Well, it was very difficult to select just a few of those overtakes, 10 from the entire season, considering how impressive a number of them were. But you guys get to vote on that. Head over to overtake.gg/PESC vote, P-E-S-C vote, and you can let us know which one you thought was the best. We're going to reveal that in a few weeks' time at the final for the wrap-up media that Porsche will do, as well as declaring the champion officially. We're going to be joining again Aichim Butkoven, who's still in studio with us, and talk a little bit more because let's talk about where we are. This is Hockenheim. It's my first time here, but this is a legendary circuit. It's been in Formula One since back into the late 50s, early 60s. Different version of it, but obviously you've raced here in a Porsche as well in 2019.
Yeah,
12th place, I think, that race.
Yeah, it's for me the worst result of that season. But also the race was cancelled because of the rain, which affected that Formula One race that year.
That's right.
So that result is not counted. I think P12, but we don't get any points, luckily. But yeah, the track was special, I must say. I don't have so much experience in this track because of its German track. German drivers and the guys from Europe are really strong. And for me, when I came from Turkey, I was not quite fast, but now I'm getting better because this year I need to race here again. So and luckily now we have in iRacing this track, so that's really nice that we have this track in a simulator that I can now start to practice.
That's the year, by the way, you're right, the rain that Sebastian Vettel famously went into the wall. Didn't do well for his championship campaign that year. Didn't really affect yours, as you say, I guess no points.
Yeah.
But how cool is that? Because you've had a chance to compare. It's a lot of us, people at home, myself included, that's the only way we get to experience these tracks. And I think Sim is incredible for that. The fact that we can not only preserve history by tracks that no longer exist, that might have closed down for whatever reason, but also learn new tracks. How valuable is that to you as a driver?
For me, like, for racing, I don't have any track, but I was, like, my rookie season in Supercup. I think this is the reason why I'm successful, because I drive in Spa, Silverstone, this kind of tracks for years in the sim. So even it's not same, I may agree, but you know the braking points, you know the gears about the corner, so you have a good idea before you came to track. Yeah, especially for example for Hockenheim, it's Neve track in iRacing or other simulators, so it's good that all the curbs and the grass are the same, because sometimes every track change every year. They change the off track, they change the curb, they change everything, and in the sim, if you don't like, you need to scan every year, which is not possible. But for me, Hockenheim, I feel when I drive first time in a sim, I was like, oh, that's really what is in real life.
Yeah. It's hard to scan every single year. Nürburgring, famously on the Nordschleife, they pave one section a year no matter what, because it's just such a long track. That's the only way that they can stay on top of it. But you've got tracks like Hockenheim maybe don't get paved as often, but you can still learn from them. Curbs especially, because they aren't necessarily going to get fully replaced. That's a good point, the runoff areas. And I remember even like you go back to, what was it, 1996, that Villeneuve had his rookie year, and he was saying, you know, he got a computer game and it wasn't really a sim back then, but he learned the left and the rights before he got there, similar to what you're saying.
Yeah, I think even in the past, like, I don't know in that days, but when I met with people and see, I know many people's beginning of 20s starting sim racing and racing in real life, and these guys have always advantage, which I think nobody believed in that time. But for us now, it's getting more popular now. Every racing driver have simulators, especially our generation, always doing practice and testing. Now I think now for me, it's not something special. It's just like, because everyone know it. It's only difference that the time you spend on it. If you spend more time, then you are getting better, like everything in the life.
But you're almost saying that like it's mandatory now, because it is. It's become part of the routine. It's become something that drivers have to do. And I said this to someone the other day. I think the reason we're seeing so many younger drivers in Formula One, everywhere really, is because the internet. You've got the resources available to you on YouTube, but also sim, because now, not to date myself, I'm not that old, but I'm old compared to most people now, and even in Formula One. You know, if I made a mistake in karting, it was 3 weeks before I was back on track. Whereas now you can go home on sim, sit down and work on those techniques and mistakes. And I think it's...
Yeah, I think like I drive maybe 355 days of the year on the steering wheel. It's maybe a real car, maybe a sim, but like you don't have a chance to drive real car every day. But when you drive sim, you keep your mental open for the driving. Your improve and try. So I think it's the biggest advantage of the sim. And as you say, from now on, for the drivers, young drivers, there is no other option.
Do you think, going back to the tracks, do you think that there's a track that you've driven in sim that you haven't in real life that you'd like to?
Like tracks in America, USA. I never been there. Like Sebring, like most sport, as we talked with you yesterday.
Yep.
Like I like track in America, USA. So I hope one day if I can race in IMSA, I want to try these tracks. But yeah, I think tracks in USA.
What's your favorite in real life?
In real life favorite, this is a question always I answer different. So it's
okay.
Like, so
whatever you had a good result at. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I will say Spa because I just win last year Supercup race there. Next week's there.
I was going to say, next week,
so I hope I'm getting good results.
That's not Super Cup next week, though.
Yeah, it's Porsche Cup Germany.
Exactly, yeah. So that's one of the 2 series you're doing.
Yes.
Is there anything else you're allowed to tease that you're doing this year with Porsche Junior? Because that's a 2-year program.
Yeah.
And you're in year 2 now.
Yes.
So
last year I do Super Cup and Car Cup France, and this year I do Super Cup, Car Cup Germany, plus some VLN races to get the license for the track. This is part of the junior program, which Porsche give us this chance, which is normally a bit tricky, but with Porsche, with their plan, and it's getting better for us. So I need to do 2 VLN races to get my license, and yeah, that's the plan for me for this year.
Awesome.
And we have the training camps, the mental camps and stuff from the Porsche, which like checkups with the factory drivers, which is always nice to see where we are compared to factory drivers physically.
Yep.
So last year when I got first time, I was a bit shocked about the results, but yeah, now
they probably come to you for shocked in a good way or a bad way?
Bad way.
Oh no, that's not good. That'd be like me.
Yeah. So, but the factory drivers are really on because they do endurance races. Yeah. They are really on a different level. So, but it's good for us. Also, the first year is not the biggest issue, but if you're not improving, then it's the issue.
Yeah, exactly. They need to see the improvement, see that constantly. The commitment, I guess, in a lot of ways. I'm sure a lot of those guys come to you for sim advice, though. I mean, we saw Matty Campbell, Lawrence Van Thor this year with us in the All-Star races.
Yeah, so the guys in factory always asking me when they because when the pandemic start, everyone asks me which equipment, which pedal, and I help all of them, and many of them is like making really good job, like Campbell is really fast. Tandy, with him we win Virtual Le Mans last year, and for me Tandy is the most impressive because his age compared to us a bit older and he's not in the sim generation, like, but the way he adapts and the way like he's so fast in Virtual Le Mans, he's one of the fastest. So yeah, we have some really fast factory drivers also fast on the sim.
Well, let's switch our focus back a little bit onto the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, because it has been an interesting season. Any standout events for you this year? Because I think from the word go, that immediately we were at Interlagos, it was nonstop. I mean, Alejandro Sanchez and Rogers had drama there. Every race has been pretty insane. For you, what's been sort of your highlight?
Yeah, for me, I must say at the beginning I'm really struggle because I need to go back Turkey, and in there I don't have rig, which is really high level. So
yeah.
Season start for me really bad. I even play first race from my friend house, so I stay in with him for rig, much better than mine in that moment. And in that moment, Kwanda tried to bring my equipment, which is not easy because of COVID to send something. So somehow we managed the second, third round with the good equipment. So yeah, I must say I'm not taking the results I expect, but some races I showed that I can do it, like Spa. I qualify P8, I finished P6, and in the main race when I was trying to get the lead, I was spun by a small contact from the rear. It's like racing incident still, but yeah, like also in Silverstone I was also in top 10. So
yeah.
I have potential, I know it, but because of I can't focus like the guys. Guys are really strong. You know?
Race car excuses, racing driver excuses.
No. These guys are really good.
They
the
are.
guy like Josh, like the 40 guys, all of them is really good. So there is. I know it's not something like if I have time I beat all of them. No, it's not like this. They are really talented. They're really young also. The ages are really getting lower and lower. We have Charlie, 16 or 15, I don't know.
Yeah,
so
and he's been incredible this year.
I think it's going to be an issue for Josh in the near future. They are teammate now.
Yeah.
Luckily, Charlie with us. But for Josh or the job, it's going to be...
And Charlie's not in the Coanda house, am I right?
No.
Because there's 6 of you, so it's yourself, Mac Backham, Josh Rogers, Mitchell DeYoung.
David Williams.
Okay, exactly. Yeah.
So maybe soon he will come, but yeah, he's not yet with us. I think he's not allowed because...
Maybe age. Yeah, there could be some parental issues there, a lot of trust. Do you really want him to live with Aichin? I don't know, Mom and Dad. Maybe leave him where he is. But let's focus on Monza, because you did just come there in real life, which means you know the curbs. But you've also got to kind of reset, because iRacing, as much as we know it's similar and you can take the same techniques, there are still little nuances about it. So getting into this race, what's your preparation been like?
Yeah, the preparation goes really well. I make, I think, good amount of practice before I leave Monza in real life, and after Monza I do already here today and yesterday good amount of practice, and pace is okay. I feel like 2 tenths off from Josh, which is quite good for me, but I can make qualifying, so I will start P last. But with the slipstream, I'm sure I will stay on the group, so I can follow Job, Benek and stuff. Just I need to not make any crash. And if we need to compare Monza in the sim with the cup car, the real life, the curbs are really, really nice. This is what I'm really impressed, because
I did hear you had some issues with curbs in real life.
yeah, I think it's generally because of the new car.
Yep.
And the Monza update the curbs, so they are not good combination. But with the team, we find solution for it also in the real life. In the sim, there is a bit easier to cut the curbs with the cars, but still in the sim, the way of you cut the curbs, the way it's react, it's really similar, I must say. So like the second chicane in Monza, you know, the big curbs, you're gonna guys gonna see tonight how much we cutting. Yeah.
I think anyone who's played iRacing, which you guys can all do right now, and if you aren't playing iRacing, you should be. So head over to iRacing.com and sign up. We got more coming on that later, because you can also qualify for PESC just for being, well, not just for being there, you gotta have some skill, I should say, but just for being on the website as a driver, you can easily make your way into something like the PESC series. But any one of us that has raced iRacing and has driven Monza knows that curb is massive. I was talking to you a little bit about it earlier today. I did the LMP2 there when they first implemented that car into the game, and I smoked that curb and it took the whole floor off the car. I lost like a second a lap, and it's almost scary even in sim, because you're in the air, you lose your sight line, it's difficult.
You know, I must say, something in the sim is sometimes more difficult than real life, because in real life you can feel more, and in sim sometimes, especially with the curbs, I feel maybe we need a system like than at the moment have in the future, maybe with the motion, to feel something more. But sometimes with the curb you don't feel that good enough, because of you don't have all the physics. But
yeah, well, it's front axle's always in your hands,
yes.
Rear axle's in your butt, and we don't really get a lot of the butt movement in the sim. We'll see Dan now over there on that rig. Have you tried something like this, the D-Box? Because this one doesn't look, I will say I tried, the last time I did motion was probably 6-7 years ago, maybe more. I think direct drive wheels, people are in VR now. It's gone a long way in the technology.
Yeah.
The one I tried was way too much. I thought it was a bit much. Have you tried one of the newer ones?
yeah, I just have a chance to try like 5 minutes, and I really like it. And also from the VCO this year, I get this as a as a prize. So I have it at the moment in Quantum House, and we plan to build one.
Yep.
So I think in this near soon I will start to spend more time with that, and I'm really looking forward, because it seems like the first time I try motion, I feel it's too much. You're just moving up and down, and it's not realistic.
It seemed that way when I tried it.
Yeah,
but again, that was years ago.
It's getting better, and I feel now it's getting more realistic, and I'm really looking forward to try it. Sure.
Yeah, I wish I could. I can't even drive a sim rig right now. I am okay, I promise. Everyone, don't worry. But yeah, I can't even drive a sim rig. It's been like torture sitting here. You guys are on your rigs playing. There's cars are going around Hockenheim. We've got Porsches sitting everywhere, and it's like, I can't even like turn the steering wheel. They pushed the cars around the studio, and I was sitting in one, and they were like telling me to turn. I was like, I can't do it. I can't. But we made it to work. They look pretty. I didn't damage them. That's the main thing. I might still get paid for this event if I don't hurt them too much. So going into this though, obviously Josh is mathematically out of reach. Coenda must have a play to help Mitchell at this point. Obviously, it does help that Sebastian's going to be at the back as well, but there's got to be, we say this all the time, this is not a team's championship, but it is a team sport.
I was with them for a few months at the moment in the house, and even for this race, I was there yesterday night together with them in the dinner, and they not talk about this. So I'm sure Josh tried to get his best result. For sure, if there is a position with Mitchell with him, he will take care more of Mitchell than him, for sure. But this is not something they decide. Also from the team, there is no order. So I'm sure Josh will, or other teammates, also for me or for Charlie, when they see Mitchell, everyone take care about him to not crash. But I expect that nothing more. Not like you can do anything more in the past, because the level is so high. Everyone in the team is professional, so I don't expect it from anyone to do something abnormal. It's just a normal thing. Small touches,
Yeah, exactly. I don't say, but maybe drafting kind of.
Yeah, in the race, if I see Mitchell, you go him side and give him draft. This is for sure. Even in the online lobby, if I know someone, I will help him.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to that. If I ever get into a top split and I see you in there, you got to draft me, bro. You said you'd help me.
Yeah.
Last just to pick me up somewhere. I might be a lap down.
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
All right, cool. And Monza, obviously, setup, because we do talk about this a lot. Drafting is going to be key. Curbs, so I assume there's a bit of ride height changes that you guys have done.
Yeah,
there's not a ton that you can do.
We already done ride height change.
So what else do you guys look for at Monza, though?
Slowdowns. I think slowdowns is a big pain, because when you're cutting too much, if you cut a little bit, in iRacing there is a rule: middle of the car must be not more than the curb or white line sometimes. And in Monza, some curbs we are really on the limit. Right-hander and second chicane, left and right, both. It's so easy to get slowed down. And if, for example, if we get slowed down in the first lap, maybe I can see Josh next to me, because you need to slow down, and when there's a traffic, you need to wait. You can dive back. So it's tricky. I'm sure you guys gonna see some cars slowing down in the straights.
So where are the main slowdown points? Because the chicanes would...
Yes, first and second chicane.
The second chicane for sure.
And Ascari in the exit if we are really aggressive.
Where the small track rejoins.
Yes.
Because that one's interesting, because you can actually get right up on the AstroTurf on that one. So where is the actual defining line?
It's in the entry. It's in the curb on the left. Not in the exit.
Right.
In the exit, it's usually off track, so it's okay. But in the left, we cut all the curb. It's like a banana.
It's a raised, it's a sausage curb.
And if you... we get it on the middle of the car, and if you go a little bit over and take it like your right tire.
Is that because in real life, generally speaking, it's visual, right? I mean, we've got Stewart's. I think that it's good in sim that it's a dead set sensor. We can't even police that well in real life if we want to. But in real life, because it's the sides of the car, you as the driver spatially have that recognition. Is it hard in sim to know exactly where the middle of the car is at times?
No.
You get a pretty good feel.
Yeah, and I must say, even I was in the real life talking with the organization, with the race directors. Copy the system from iRacing. Find something on the car.
Yeah.
Put the sensor. They have. I think now in Formula One.
They do. Yeah. They have some.
Yeah. And let's show us on our dash. And we even not need any discussion, because it's a big discussion in the real life racing with the track limits. Did you not done? It's so difficult.
Well, look at Imola with Lando, and first race weekend with Max and Hamilton,
and now I think with the system from iRacing, we practice, and you can make off track, and then you feel it. And after like 5, 10, 20 times, you know exactly where is the limit. And from that point, it's fair for everyone. In iRacing, you know, some tracks are a little bit harsh with the off tracks.
Yeah.
But after like,
it's frustrating, especially when you think you're on a really good lap and you get that 1x and like.
but it's.
There's a reason I don't stream often. It's because usually I'm swearing a lot about that. Like.
But I feel this is what makes you better, because that's pain. You get off track in a good lap. So next lap, you know the limit. Its limit is not there, so you are not cheating on anything. And
Sure.
So that's.
I tend to make the same mistake a lot, but yes.
But that's the way to improve you. Like I feel it's what improved me also.
Yes.
I really feel it for my real life career also, that iRacing, track limits, or other sim racing, because they are really sharp.
What are the key takeaways from iRacing that you actually translate to real life?
Racecraft, I think it's helping a lot, and expect that the tracks, the laser scan is really good. Also in other sims, I try other sims also. In all sims, I'm happy with the tracks, and like also physics. I must say, car physics are really really nice. Like the way of car drives when you drive different, like GT3 or GTE. When you drive, all field is really similar, like the real life on a sim.
Yep.
The physics are really similar. Just the tires are always the problem, because tire change in the real life every season, so it's not possible to follow.
I do like that iRacing does constant updates for that reason, because it also forces you to adapt as a driver. Look, we're going to get into this very, very shortly. We're getting close to qualifying for the All-Star race. I'm sure Dan's over there going as hard as he can with his live stream. I'll hit you with a prediction. Where do you think you're going to come today from the back?
So for the sprint, I aim to stay in top 20, like from the last, which is, I think, big step. But if I'm not in a crash, it's possible. And for the main, top 10.
Okay, main top 10. Dude, Austin, this has been great. I love chatting racing. I'm sure we could talk forever. We are on a time limit because there's some racing coming up, which I'm sure you guys at home want to see a little bit more. Before we head over from here at Hockenheim to virtually Monza, we do also have some highlights we have to look back on. We're going to do all that because Le Mans was insane last week. Before we get to that, though, let's take a look at the preview of this week's track. Okay, I didn't know we had. So this is, excuse me, I thought we were going into the video of the onboard. This is actually Hockenheim here. So right now we're at the Porsche Esports Center, or sorry, Porsche Esports, it is right now, I guess. Porsche Experience Center between the Mobile 1 curve and the Sachs curve, the old arena. It's literally right behind us, that short straightaway. Talk me through some of these corners. Again, we're going to this because newest track in iRacing, but you've driven it in both now.
So, turn 1, it's so tricky with the track limits. Even in the exit, and it's really difficult to stay on the track limit. And turn 2 is so tricky. Turn 3 is not even a corner, but from turn 2 you need to manage the all to make turn 3 flat and have a good exit. So if you
Do you actually get a little bit of wheel spin in the cup car?
yes, especially exit of turn 2, because you are trying to stay on the line on the right side, so it's so tricky. And then hairpin, I don't know, maybe one of the most, like the corner I'm scared most for the lap 1, because even you brake, you need to check always the mirror, because it's so easy to someone T-bone to you or dive into you. So it's, and for the racing it's really good, but for the first lap it's so risky, especially in the cup racing when you are so close.
Yeah.
Then the last part is so technical, I must say.
The arena section.
Yeah.
It's more narrow here than I thought it was.
Yes, and it's so easy to make mistake in this part. Also the last corner, you know from the Formula 1, when it's wet, the outside of line
Charles
is
Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton.
Even Hamilton, I don't remember the names, but
I remember the names. I was sitting at home watching. Thanks very much. Again, we could talk all day about it. There's a great look at Hockenheim. We are going to get ready for Monza, but as I said, we've got to look back at some highlights. Le Mans was our last race, and it was action-packed.
Can't think of a better venue to come to for the penultimate round of this championship than Circuit de la Sarre. And away we go for the sprint race. Sebastian Job caught out a little bit, and Dane Warren's going to go side by side.
Charlie's going to go out around. I wouldn't be surprised if Josh just concedes this position. This is smart. Just leapfrog each other.
this race.
Now we're at the end of the straights. Now you're going to let your mental capacity get ramped up.
Alejandro Sanchez, either he's got a fault with a button or he's really trying to put
Hammering
off Tommy
those
Erskine
lights.
there. And it's Job to the head of the field. Josh Rogers is going to fight that one. They're going to work through Porsche curves side by side, but Rogers, can he get the run out the chicane? He does, and the Australian is going to take victory here. The feature race is go. Well, Sebastian Job darting behind Rogers and Collins. Which one do I go with here for the draft?
Far to the right is shot right now. That's Alejandro. Okay, so pinball effect.
That was Graham Carroll. He's pulling over. He's out of the race.
Gets absolutely smoked into the wall.
Oh, look at this gaggle now for the lead here. Are we going to see 4 wide using all of the road and then some? All right, Sunshine, I'm coming through. Sebastian Job around the west, big contact. That's Bootsaloop and Job. That is a huge one.
And in all of it, Josh Rogers gets up to second. Oh, okay, that's not the gyroscope this time. That's an actual spin, and that's the contact.
So that was Job and Backham. Here comes Tommy Erskine to the outside. Oh, De Jong's been hit. He's been tagged. My goodness, all of a sudden, Joshua Rogers through the final chicane. He can afford a smile if he wants to. Come on, give us a smile here, Josh, to take victory here.
All right, well, we get ready to jump back into the action. You might be able to hear Dan on my right side. He's actually chatting right now with his fans. It's the All-Star race coming up. Emery's got the lead in the championship, but Dan's in a battle for P2 with Yardier. I'm going to give you a bit of notes as well about Pesk for later on because the top 20 automatically re-qualify. However, it is difficult to do so when you've got guys like Marina Soraka, David Williams, Talons, Lefluente, Harth, all within a couple of points of each other. The qualifying bans we touched on, Sebastian Job, that's a huge one because he's battling for P2 with Mitchell de Jong. You've also got Alejandro Sanchez, Maximilian Maneke, and Aishan Guffin we just talked about. To look at those top 20, there's going to be a black banner on the top of the cars in the Pesk race and green for those who haven't qualified. So black will, green needs to. That's how you guys are going to follow along a little bit later, but it's going to be right now that we're going to go into qualifying for the All-Star race. It's been super fun. We're going to jump in just now.
We are here in the outskirts of Milan for the final round of the Porsche Tag Heuer All-Stars event here on iRacing and Porsche's social media and media channels. And well, what an event we've got for you today at the Cathedral of Speed here in Europe. And it's myself and Paul Smith, joined by Connery Maddock here on commentary for this finale. And well, these All-Star drivers, Connery, they have produced some exciting action out there and helped get their communities a bit of finances as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The racing that we've seen here in the All-Star Series, it's basically with the racecraft and with the action, I would say it's basically on the level that the pro drivers are able to do, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on. And these guys are able to do it not only in the 911 GT3 Cup car, but also in the Cayman GT4 and, of course, in the RSR, the GTE machine as well. So very, very diverse sort of cars that have taken to the track here in this series. Of course, we return now to the 911 GT3 Cup car for our final race, but we should see some amazing action nonetheless.
Of course, this car was voted for by the viewers, and so they decided that one of the most difficult cars to handle out of the choice is the ones that they are using here today. So yes, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, brilliant car. You'll be seeing it in the World Championship races later on here. But these drivers, well, they've had to show their adaptability, haven't they? Been switching between those different cars.
Yeah, it's it's one of those things where you don't get to see a lot of, especially in the real world, with people just changing cars. Go run a couple of rounds in one car, then you run a couple of a couple of rounds in other cars. You know, it's not something that you see in the real world, but thanks to sim racing, we can basically do whatever we want. If we want these guys in different cars every single race, we could if we wanted to, but I think the drivers will complain a little bit if we actually did that. But here we are then in qualifying here, Paul, for the final round of the season in the All-Stars Series. How about that? Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Absolutely. One driver has been doing very well then is this one that you're seeing on screen then. Dan Suzuki done a sensational job, second in the standings, and has really shown his pace throughout this season of the All-Stars, and given some really good fights between himself and Emily Jones as well.
Yeah, they've had some fantastic duels so far this season, and of course there's been other third parties getting themselves involved in that as well. Jimmy Broadbent, for example, having a very, very good run in the Nürburgring in particular when he was able to come away with that race win. But Dan Suzuki has been there at the very front every single step of the way. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't so much that he was able to surpass Emery at the moment, who's leading the points order and mathematically is in the clear coming towards the end of today. But still, I think Dan will be still super happy with the second place, and of course he is racing there from the Porsche Experience Center in Hockenheim.
Yes, absolutely. So that's where you've got to, and he touched on it as well with his chat with Matt down there in the garage at the Hockenheim ring, and you know, they had to touch on how the difference is there of using a different rig. Now let's have a look here. This is Emily Jones there through the second chicane at the De La Roggia. Now into the Lesmos, you've got to carry your speed through these two corners. This first one cambered nicely, then you can really attack the curb on the second Lesmo here, get on the power nice and early and go down. You can see just how calm and collected Emily is there on her lap here, and really it goes to show the level that some of these drivers who are taking part in these All-Stars events are working towards, because quite frankly, if I was driving in this, I'd be looking a bit dishevelled.
You'll be looking pretty bad. I'll be looking even worse than you would be able to look here. As yeah, it's less said about my racing prowess, the better. But we just saw that Emily Jones headed her way through the Ascari chicane. She's heading her way down towards the Parabolica now to complete the first of her flying laps. You can see that Jardier's already set himself a time of a 1:52.767 there, but Emily Jones might be able to set the pace here as she heads her way towards the start-finish line. Let's see what sort of lap time she can pull out of the bag as her first lap.
Yep, across the line to the top of the standings with a 52.6, then only just faster than Jardier. There goes Borja Zazo into third place as well. Times are coming in thick and fast as we now look at Dan Suzuki once again in car 48. That distinctive livery really stands out in this field. Can't miss him, that's for sure. In towards the Parabolica for the first time. Matt Malone. Wow, look at that, up into third place for Matt. And he's focused. He's laser focused in his shot there. He's just so precise and trying so hard to make sure he gets every marker and every line right.
I don't think I've ever seen Matt so focused on anything. So he's really, really trying to get the maximum amount of lap time out of that car as possible to be able to start in those first couple of spots. Of course, he'll be joining us a little bit later on in the when the professionals take to the track, as he will be joining us on the commentary. So that's going to be one to look forward to there. We'll get Matt in the commentary booth. But yeah, this early stages of qualifying, still Emery leads the way, however. But Jardier's lap time still holding strong.
Absolutely. Well, here's Dan Suzuki then, heading down to De La Roggia. We can see him as well at the rig. He's having that new experience of using one of the Porsche rigs that Porsche have out there, and down into the Lesmo. So yeah, Dan, he's in that new environment. He's got a lot of eyes on him, not just here on the broadcast, but also in studio as well, Connery.
Yeah, it's a different sort of pressure, and of course when we return to more live events, hopefully hoping and praying in the future, then, you know, it'll be an entire spectator area watching you as you're racing out there. So it's a very, very different sort of element, that sort of LAN racing or LAN events, to use an esports term. And that's where things might change somewhat with regards to mentality, because you're not used to that sort of environment. It's not your rig for one, so there might be some differences to that sim rig that is way different to what Dan has at home, and he's having to get used to that as well. That might affect his lap times and his racing, and of course, like you said, the pressure of just people watching you, being in a different environment. That can all add up, and it can all affect the driver.
Yeah, you get into a real comfort zone when you're in your own equipment, and yeah, he's certainly having to work hard. He's coming across the line. Does he improve his lap time? No, he does not. So that does not push him up through the field. But yeah, Dan Suzuki, one of the standout drivers out this field. To be honest, they're all standout drivers really in this field, because they've all brought something to this series. And I'm even saying that as we look at Giardier coming through the Ascara chicane, getting over the curb there with a bit of a slide, bit of a wiggle. But yeah, they've all brought something to this series, including James West.
I think he's gonna hate you for that one there, Paul. But here we go. We've got Jardier up on screen now as he's heading his way through the parabolica for the, of course, the final corner on the lap here. Let's see if he's able to improve his time. He needs to gain about 2.5 tenths of a second to surpass Emery right at the very front of the qualifying order. And I don't think he is able to. That wasn't an improvement there for Jardier, but he'll get another opportunity. They get 3 flying laps here at Monza to be able to qualify. So you do have that little bit of leeway, but if you do make mistakes on those first 2 laps, then and you're having to rely on that 3rd lap, that could potentially be an issue.
Jardier has actually used all 3 laps here, so that is his day done in terms of lap times. Zaza, yes, into 2nd place. I mean, Emery has put in a tremendous performance out there in qualifying, and I mean, we were pleasantly surprised at Matt Malone being in 5th now with his lap time. Here comes Hydro then through the final corner, through the parabolica, one of the most famous corners in the world, and across the line. Does he improve? No, he does not. Track temperature, by the way, is 43.9 degrees out there, so I think really the sweet spot was going to be that 2nd lap, Connery.
Yeah, I think so as well. That track temp's certainly not helping the drivers out there. Of course, iRacing does model the time of day, but even models what season of the year the race is taking place in as well. So you get those different amounts of sunlight and different amounts of sun angles that can affect the track temperature. You can see the temperature in Fahrenheit there. The air temperature 76 Fahrenheit, about 5-mile-an-hour wind speed. So relatively calm winds, but you can see that very, very high track temp. You know when you see a temperature in hundreds of above or in Fahrenheit, you know that's pretty hot.
Yeah, absolutely. So these drivers, of course, with the nature of this circuit, you've got long straights, hard braking zones, then you've got those hard acceleration zones as well. They're really going to be working those tyres out there. And even though they're not the longest of races in terms of endurance settings or anything like that, they're still going. Tyre preservation and looking after the heat of these tyres is going to be a thing that happens here today, Connery.
Maybe a little bit more in the feature event, which is going to be 20 minutes long. Of course, in the sprint race, which is coming up in just a couple of moments, that is only 15 minutes long. So it's going to be less of a concern there, but maybe if you take a little bit too much of the tyres early on in the feature race, then maybe you'll struggle towards the end. But we're just about ready to get our grid set here for the sprint race, Paul. I can't wait for it.
Yep, so it is Emily Jones and Borja Zaza who share the front row of the grid, with Jardier and DePio in the 2nd row of the grid. Matt Malone and Heike 360S in 3rd row. Then Dan Suzuki, Maxime in row number 4 with Boosted Media, and Rai with finally Hydro and Gamer Muscle. James West at the back of the grid. 12 drivers here today. Unfortunately, no Porsche factory drivers for us today, but still these drivers will put on a tremendous display of entertainment out there for us. And Connery, I mean, really, we've got to say it's that run down to turn 1 that'll be key.
Yep, it will be. It's a pretty long run down towards turn 1 as well. Usually I find in races like this, turn 1's not really a massive problem. It's turn 2 where everyone gets in over their heads because everyone knows that first chicane causes problems, and then they let their guard down for the second chicane into the Della Roja. So that's where I'm going to be looking to maybe have a little bit of contact in through the fields on the first lap here.
Just waiting on the last couple of drivers to head on to the grid. That will be all set for this race. They'll be looking towards the gantry, looking for the lights. Revs rise. We're underway here. There's a car not getting away from the start line. Amazing, great reflectors to work their way around that one. So, Heike 360, hats off to you to get away with that one. Down towards the Rettifilio for the first time then. Through the chicane. Very, very difficult braking zone. And everybody's getting through there. That's good to see to start with. But yeah, it was the 64 DePaila missing that start and getting away late. That's dropped them down. But your field now heading towards the Della Roja for the first time in the race. And it is Borja Zazo, I believe, that's at the front of your field. Emery has had a terrible start. This one dropping down to 3rd place in this.
Yeah, she got mugged a little bit by Jardier coming in through the first couple of corners. So promote Jardier up into 2nd place. He goes chasing after Borja Zazo now. So yeah, that's 2 lost spots there for Emery on the start. I gotta say though, you pointed it out at the time. Oh, someone's gone off at the very back there. I think that might have been Maxime. Yes, it is. Maxime is around at the very back of the shot there. Meanwhile, side by side for the race lead up and towards the Ascari. But there's Maxime struggling here early on. She avoided that stalled car on the very start of the race, but unfortunately not able to get around to see the start of lap 2.
Borja Zazo and Jardier were both scrapping it out and out of the Ascari chicane now. Emery in the slipstream. Matt Malone showing his nose into the Parabolica. End of the first lap for these as they go through. Now Emery's got the outside line, can get on the power earlier than Matt and carry the speed down the straight, but Jardier in 2nd place is looking forward as well. There's the onboard shot from Emery's shot of that Emery's view. She's got a big grin on her face because she knows she's battling with Matt Malone. It's all about the last of the late breakers into the chicane. Malone's just got a lures alongside and will stay ahead. Borja Zazo still at the lead of your field, Connery.
Yeah, great stuff there from Matt Malone. Of course, draft is the big equalizer in races such as this. It's the same sort of situation to what we had at Le Mans, where these packs are able to keep themselves together, and Matt's having a great run so far. He's up inside the podium spots. Now we might even see a move for P1 just ahead of where Emery's sat right now. That move will be covered off by Borja Zazo into the Della Roja chicane, but Matt seems like a man on a mission at the moment because now he's all over the back of Jardier.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the bit between his teeth. Maybe got his tyres into a bit of a working range, although had to just snag a brake partway through Lesmo 1. Maybe just helping the car rotate round there. Through Lesmo 2, over the curb, and down towards the famous Ascari chicane. Underneath the old banking, underneath the bridge. And then back uphill into the Ascari chicane. Brake late because it's slightly uphill braking. Up over the curbs, you can really attack that first curb. The right-hand curb you can use, but that left curb on the exit, it's got a funny habit of either kicking you around or kicking you out wide.
Yeah, it really does. You have to get your line absolutely perfect coming through there as we see this squabbling once again into the it's the Parabolica. Malone and Emery going side by side. That's Emery trying to make some progress around the outside at the Parabolica. Can she carry the speed? You can just see her right at the very back of the train there. She's not able to carry the momentum though, but you can see the slipstream games already starting here, Paul. They're wanting to try and quote-unquote break the draft, but there's no such thing when they're this close.
Absolutely, and it is Jardier. Although, wow, what late braking from Borja Zazo into the first chicane once again. And Zazo, well, is showing that he has got a feel of this car and he is going to push. He wants to stay at the front of this field. He doesn't want to play any shenanigans here. He's trying to stay at the front rather than maybe sit behind to use a slipstream. Malone, who we're on board with now, on the brakes into the De La Roggia, over the curbs. Careful with the application of the throttle on the exit. I can tell you that Dan Suzuki and Elsa Heike 360 have got up to the back of this group as well. So it's 6 cars for first place here, Connery. This is really intriguing racing. There's still got 10 minutes remaining of this race.
Yeah, still 10 minutes of action remaining, and you can see how happy, how jokey Matt is right now. Goes from joking to serious within the space of just a couple of moments. We'll cycle things back and we'll ride on board with Heike as he has all of this going on ahead of him. In fact, there's a big scrap. Matt Malone's out into the gravel. You can just see that ahead there. He's slow through Ascari, but he's able to recover it. Big slide from Suzuki and very well avoided by Sanchez.
And that's what happens if you catch that curb wrong on the exit of the Ascari chicane, and Suzuki has dropped back from Heike here, but it was Matt Malone. He was trying to make some moves up at the front of your field. He was in 3rd place. He's dropped down to 4th now. There's a little bit of a gap, but they've not broken the slipstream here. So Malone, he can stay in line and draft back up to this front pack here. This is tremendous. I mean, everybody pretty much is on that front straightaway right now. So this group, this gaggle, with them scrapping away, it's just allowing the rest to keep with them.
Yeah, but Zaza's playing a couple of games here into the braking zone of the Rettifilia, of just sort of hogging the middle of the track, just forcing Jardier to make a decision. But Jardier's been pretty cool, calm, and collected so far. He hasn't gone for any forceful moves just yet. Yes, we are still in the early stages of this race, believe it or not, even with 8 minutes left to go. We'll go for a replay, though, of what happened to Matt Malone. This is coming up into the Ascari chicane, just gets a little bit loose, offline, has to go out into the gravel. And let's have a look at Zan behind here. Oh, he just gets a slide up over the curb, and he's able to recover it, though.
Yeah, done a great job there as Dan Suzuki with that Vodafone replay. And Borja Zaza still holding on to that first place. The bow tie enthusiast Borja at the front of the field. But Jardier and Emre, they're just biding their time. There's still time remaining in this one. 8 minutes remaining. They've still got plenty of opportunities here. It's going to be about 4 1/4, 4 1/2 laps as they go through the Ascari chicane. I think that Dan Suzuki might have had a little issue out there because he's dropped behind James West, who's in 6th place at the moment. It's a really good race for James actually here, as there they are on screen. James with his distinctive livery of his logo, and then Dan Suzuki to the inside on the brakes. He's going to go through there, but you've got to. I'm going to give him a little bit of credit here. James West doing good so far, because normally we've seen him involved in incidents.
We have, and I think that's a pretty fair assessment, no matter what you might protest about that. But again, these guys will go again door to door on the way down the pit straight. It was a little bit of squabbling in the front of the pack as well, but Zazo still leads the way from Jardier, from Emery, from Malone. So the front pack has kind of calmed down just that little bit. Some battles behind, certainly not, but yeah, this is just setting ourselves up very, very well for an absolutely frantic last couple of minutes. You see Jardier trying to size up for a move on Zazo, trying to look for the space on driver's left-hand side, but not able to commit, and even if he did, it would end in tears. As
they head on through the chicane into Lesmo 1, I can tell you from experience that Borja Zazo, I've actually raced against him on iRacing. He's a hard but fair racer. Out there's a little tag. Around goes Jardier. Oh, and that's it. Into the gravel at Lesmo 2. Watch your rejoin. Be careful with other cars coming round. And well, that's just really brought together the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle. Zazo's got potential and the chance to pull away here through the chicane once again. So Malone now finds himself in 2nd place. I'm sure we'll get enough a look at that, Connery, in just a moment's time. But those drivers. I mean, Malone, he's got the telltale sign of a little bit of damage on the front of his car, but whether that's from his little bit of grass tracking at Ascari a couple of laps ago.
We're just lining up a replay. Of course, the last thing you would want is a little bit of aerodynamic damage at such a high-speed track as this, but let's have a look at what happened. Oh, there's just a slight difference in the braking zone there into the second Lesmo that, unfortunately, Jardier's just caught the worst end of, with Emery running into the back of him. Hydro and Rai, meanwhile, have been having a great duel away from our cameras as well, as they'll line up for a potential side-by-side move coming down into the first chicane. With 5 minutes to go here, still 5 minutes of action in the sprint race, Paul.
Yeah, we've got about 3 laps remaining. Oh, nearly into the side of the car was Raya then, but Hydro not giving up on this one, on the power on the exit of the corner. And that is through. So there we go. We're on board with Hydro, working the way through Curva Grande and heading towards the Della Roja. And we have had an issue up at Della Roja as well. I'm seeing on my timing screen, and you can see it right there on screen. That is Emery. Emily Jones will have to, again, at some point, we'll have to get a look at that one as well. Oh, there's Rai having to serve a slowdown penalty after taking a little bit of a shortcut across the chicane. But yeah, Emily Jones down to 10th place now, Connery.
Yeah, that's absolutely awful, and I think it was a solo car incident, at least from what I can figure out right now, and she's still having to struggle with a couple of pieces of traffic there in the very back of the pack that she's trying to make her way through on. So, yeah, I think this all came down to the battle with Matt Malone, actually. I think Matt just kind of surrendered the position, but Emery overcommitted down the inside. We'll get to see it in just a couple of moments. There we go. Just too much speed into the corner. The car wanted to step out, and when these cars step out, it's very hard to get them back in order, and she went all the way around.
Oh, Malone out on the anywhere but the track, it seemed, on the exit, the Parabolica. Now coming under pressure from Heike 360 in towards the first chicane. They go. There goes Heike to the right, driver's right. Malone having to just stay on that driving ladder, but do you know what? Heike's decided, I'm not going to go for that, so that's them two staying as they are. These two, they're close to actually completely losing the slipstream here from Borja Zazo. Zazo could be in a really good position right now.
Yeah, I think so. He's getting towards that point where the cars further back in P2, P3 are not feeling all that much, if any, of the draft in these cars at the moment. They do punch a very big hole in the air, but a 1.6 seconds worth of hole in the air, probably not. So Mats and Heike, they got to be careful here, otherwise, like you said, they're going to be losing touch with the race leader of Borja Zazos. If they want to have a chance at the race win here today, then they really need to put in the Q laps here towards the end of this session to even give themselves a chance. Matt Malone, though, has done a good job in closing up a couple of tenths of a second through the couple of Lesmos there, so don't count them out yet. Yeah,
heading in towards the Ascari chicane then. Onto the brakes over the curb once again. There's Matt Malone. There's Heike 360. Just up in front of them was your race leader, Borja Zazo. Here is, well, that's Boosted Media battling away with Gamer Muscle. So that's Will Ford and James West. And behind them, the recovering Jardier as well. He's coming through here in this battle. So going from attack to defense for James West. And that's going to be Jardier, although West has got the inside line into the Parabolica, but they have got separation there, so it should be Jardier up a position, although James giving it a fight back, but has to slot into line here, Connery.
He did have a little attempt at the up and under, didn't he? But I don't think it was successful. I don't think that tool was in his toolbox, to be fair, to Gamer Muscle. But looking back towards the very front, well, this is, you can see Borja Zazo in shot there as the race leader. The gap continues to come down, actually. So Matt Malone is doing a very good job of keeping in touch with Zazo. Of course, now you start to get worried about the time and the amount of laps left remaining, and if Matt will even get an opportunity to challenge for the race lead at this point. But if he keeps doing what he's doing right now, then certainly don't put it past him.
I think he's wanted to spend as much time as possible in this commentary booth, is Matt. He's desperate to get to the front of this field here. Through the second of the Lesmos, time is running out for him. Use and abuse the track limits there on the exit. Down the straight, and here we are on board with Heike 360 then. What can he do from third place, the Spaniard? Onto the brakes, underneath that bridge, into the Ascara chicane. This should be the final time through that chicane. Back onto the power. Malone's just not quite close enough, I don't feel, here to make any moves, but he is using the slipstream, is trying his best, and we have had photo finishers here in the past. Borja Zazo, you can see him there, the concentration, the focus from him through the parabolica. He's just got to hang on to it here because the checkered flag is going to come out. And who's it going to be at the line? It's going to be Zazo. Zazo with the win here in the sprint race over Matt Malone by 7/100ths of a second. The rest of your field working through. Jardier's made it back to 6th place in the end of that, ahead of Boosted Media and Game of Muscle. Oh, and Emily Jones to 9th place in the end there. Absolutely sensational stuff at the front. It was getting closer, Connery, just not enough time.
It was, and I think Matt Malone is probably one of the only drivers out there that wished the race was just 10 seconds longer so they could be able to cross the line with time remaining and get an extra lap, because he would have had a monster of a run down in towards turn 1. If the race had gone one more lap, and potentially he could have challenged there and then, but racing is a cruel mistress sometimes. Zazo is absolutely loving it at the moment, though, as he is your sprint race winner. But of course, he'll catch the bad end of the reverse grid. He'll have to start at the very back of the feature.
Yeah, absolutely. Full reverse grid for these drivers out there. We'll be able to give you your race results very shortly indeed, as we head on through to that results page, and we'll get to see how things finished out. So yes, it was Borja Zazo then who won that first race, with Matt Malone in second place. Heike 360 in third. There you go, that's Javier Sanchez in third, with Depayot in fourth place ahead of Dan Suzuki out there in Germany. Fifth, Jardier, Boosted Media, Game of Muscle, Emery, and Hydro rounding out your top 10. And then Rai and Maxime rounding out your field. But those two will be sharing the front row of the grid here in this race. So really good stuff to see, and tremendous action that we were seeing out there on track once again. Matt Malone, that's just 7/100ths of a second between him and first place. He'll be a little bit gutted about that, and he's having to start on the back of the grid with Borja Zazo in this second race. So we'll hopefully get to speak to your race winner in just a few moments' time. But yeah, that was tremendous action out there, Connery, and it shows that, you know, you don't have to be a world championship driver to produce some tremendous racing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is the sort of racing that happens, you know, just by standard on the iRacing service, you know, because it's not always, you know, these top guys racing. Of course, you know, if you're a little bit lower iRating, you know, in some of the lower splits, even though you're in some of the lower splits and they might be more prone to errors, you can still have some absolutely brilliant racing and some brilliant side-by-side action. You know, that's what's highlighted on the iRacing top 10s, for example, those videos that get posted by iRacing. You know, that's not just from the pro events, that's from basically the everyday races, and that's just a good example of you know, how good the racing is sometimes. You know, even though it's in spirited and in good fun and amongst all of these streamers, it's still a healthy amount of competition there, and some of them might take it a little bit more seriously than others, but in the end, it just promotes some fantastic racing.
That's it. It's all about enjoying yourself, all about fun out there on track, and that's what you get. You know, if anybody, myself, I race a lot on iRacing. It's great enjoyment. So yeah, definitely really good. But Connery, it's now the next race, the feature race. It's going to be a really tricky one for those drivers out there, a little bit longer.
Yeah, it is. Of course, you know, Matt Malone would have hoped that the feature race length was this race length, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. But yeah, in an extra 5 minutes, you know, an extra handful of laps to try and get yourself set up, that could make all the difference, especially if you have problems early on, for example, and you're trying to work your way back through the field. Speaking of, though, there are drivers that got the bad end of the reverse grids and now have to do exactly that. They have to work their way back through the field. Here, it's going to be pretty easy compared to some of the other tracks that we have been to. And I said the same for Le Mans as well. With that draft, you can pick off drivers left, right, and center if you're a huge amount faster than them. But then again, it's a double-edged sword because those drivers can just sit in your draft all day long and they can let you tow them around the racetrack.
Well, Connery, why don't you take it away with our race winner from the sprint race?
Yeah, absolutely. I have Borja Zazo in the commentary booth with me. Borja, you're looking pretty fine here today, and you're looking pretty good out there on the circuit as well. Just take me through your race, because it seemed pretty hectic there.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy, and the race was really difficult because I tried to push as hard as I can, but Matt Malone was too fast for me for the last laps, and I just tried to resist, and I did it.
Yes, you really did. And, of course, it got very, very close there at the start-finish line, one extra lap, and it could have been very, very different. But, of course, take me back to the early portions of that race as well, because you were able to get a brilliant start. You were able to get up into the race lead early on. What was it that allowed you to do that? Was it mistakes from other drivers, or did you just get a particularly good start?
Yeah, it was Emre's start. It was failed start because I think she failed pushing the throttle. And I just try to make a safe starting, and I get it. So I'm quite happy, and I'm so nervous tonight or this afternoon.
Yeah, well, there's no need to be nervous. You are the winner of the sprint race.
Yeah.
But of course, that does mean that you have to start at the very back now for the main feature event. What's going to be the plan for the next 20 minutes?
I just want to enjoy this second race because the win is done. I mean, the win. I got this win. What I wanted for this championship when I started here. So I try to enjoy, to try some overtakes and just have fun, make fun for everybody who's watching Porsche channel.
Yeah, in the end, this All-Stars event is all about the fun, and of course, promoting you guys and you guys promoting the series as well. So thank you very much, and the best of luck for the feature event there, Borja.
Thank you so much.
All right, there we go. That was Borja Zazo, your sprint race winner here in the final round of the All-Stars series, the Porsche Tag Heuer All-Stars series, shall I say, Paul, and very genuine character, and a character in many ways, especially with his choices in his wardrobe department.
Bit good if I muted my microphone. Yeah, it is brilliant to have him along here. Well, why don't we check out what's happened throughout the season in the All-Stars here on iRacing.
Hey guys, Matt Malone here, and I wanted to share one of my favorite moments from the Porsche All-Star races.
My best moment of the Porsche All-Star races was definitely the save on Radiant.
I think my favourite moment has to be my win at the Nordschleife.
My favorite moment goes way back to the first round.
My most favorite battle was Dan Suzuki and I.
I had to lift a little bit for the cars in front of me, but Emery went like flat out through Eau Rouge over Radiant.
Overall, have had a fantastic time, just improving my skills, putting time into practice and seeing the results of those lap times falling and falling and falling.
If I had to choose one, I will choose the incredible save I did on the Nordschleife.
My best moment is probably the standing start in the second race.
Where in the very last lap of the race,
I'm battling with Hecky 360.
We went side by side.
And we're heading into the final chicane.
Had a little touch with me. My car went sideways.
I just wanted to crash by myself with no other driver on track.
I passed him around the outside of turn 3, and it was one of the coolest moves.
I had to really fight for that. Started P11, got to P2, but I think it was T4.
I had a really good launch on green. There's a little crash ahead. I was like, oh no. Anyways.
I'm trying to get sneaky, and I try to cut to the inside on the final left-hander of the chicane. It's a drag race to the end, but I slipped the wheel just a little bit.
It was pretty special to win at my favourite circuit. Meant that a little bit more.
And in the end, we had like a very gentleman, beautiful fight. I actually got the position just by tiny bit.
Fortunately, I did save the car. I scored some good points.
I lost 2 positions basically on this battle, but it was a lot of fun.
It was pretty sketchy, but I kept it out of the wall and continued the race.
In the end, got the position, went from P7 to P1, so that was pretty cool. Easy.
Just goes to show that anything can happen at the end of the race.
It was like the excitement of the new championship and the second race with the reverse grid, and we had like an amazing fight with Heikki.
Don't forget to tune in for the grand finale on April. Sorry, I should do that again. Don't forget to tune in on April 24 for the grand finale of the PESC All-Star Race.
Don't forget to tune in at the grand final at April 24th.
Guys, April 24th is going to be a blast. I hope to see you there.
Well, there we see the sign of the Autodromo Nazionale Monza in the outskirts of Milan, and well, we saw some really good racing in that first race. Second race is a little bit longer, of course, Connery, and well, we've got drivers coming through from the back of the grid. We've got Emily Jones a little bit out of position as well. This is a great opportunity for her.
Yeah, it is, but I think she's kind of proven herself already in this series. We know she's totally capable of winning races from basically any position here. So definitely expect here to have another very big charge through the field. We'll have to see what Porsche and Matt Malone can do from the very final row of the grid as well. There's going to be a big old shuffle in the order for this one. A lot of battling early on as those faster drivers try to work their way through. But, you know, that's just the joy of the reverse grid feature races that we've had here in the All-Stars event.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at where we are then. I keep on saying that we're in the outskirts of Milan, but here you go then. Here's the track map for you all to see. Quite a flat track here, and there you go, in the Royal Park at Monza. 3.6 miles, 5.79 kilometers, 11 turns. Well, it is a historic venue. As you can see, opened in 1922, of course. Used to have ovals. Oval as part of it. You can see the old oval out there on track. And yeah, unfortunately not able to use that for racing anymore, but still, it's tremendous history to this venue. But we are getting set for the start of the feature race here in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports All-Stars, and it is Maxime and Rai who share the front row, with Hydro and Emery in second place. Second row, Gamer Muscle and Boosted Media row 3, then Jardier, Dan Suzuki, DePio and Heikki 360, with Matt Malone and Borja Zazo rounding out your grid. Drivers sat there patiently waiting for the start of this one. Engine revs rise. And we are go for the final feature race in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup All-Stars event. And it is Emery straight away looking to make a great start in towards turn number 1. And it is Emily Jones to the head of your field. Hydro in second place. And then everybody else for third place, it seems. My goodness, it's a big traffic jam on the exit of the Rettifilio. But it is Boosted Media in that third place. Ryan Gamer Muscle right on the tail. And then Dan Suzuki and Jardier fighting it out through the Curva Grande into the Della Roja chicane. Onto the brakes. You've got to be good on your brakes here. Cold tyres, cold brakes, and there's contact. That's Heikki 360. That's Jardier as well. There was a car went straight on at the chicane, and it's carnage. Well, Connery, you called this one.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Into the Della Roja. Jardier trying to go for a move on Dan Suzuki, and then Heikki just completely missed his braking point, and there's yet more action going on out there because Emery's getting involved with Rai, and now Rai's having to fight with Boosted Media. It's all happening here on the opening lap, and it was kind of started by basically when the lights went out to start this race, because the entirety of the front row just didn't get going. They had a whole bunch of wheel spin trying to get the traction down, and Emery was able to jump the lot of them so was Hydro able to get a good start as well. So the front row just kind of didn't even start, and it's caused all the confusion and all the chaos that has happened on this first lap.
Yeah, we've very much got a last day of school feeling to this as a round goes right. Oh, and there's another car off as well. Who is that? Is that Boosted Media? Will Ford, it is. So he's had a sympathy spin at the Parabolica there. My goodness, I don't want to finish this first lap. But second place, it is James West and also Hydro as well. Gamer Muscle and Hydro fighting it out whilst Emily Jones, Henry pulls away. West up into second place.
Yeah, James West, Gamer Muscle, second place. You don't usually say that. Same with Hydro. He's having a good time as well in third place, trying to capitalize on everything that has happened here in this first lap. It's been massively chaotic up and down the field, and it feels like these are the only survivors at this point. I think everyone is still running apart from Jardier and Heike. Everyone else is still running, and Gamer Muscle getting a little bit of a problem there into the De La Rocha, but we'll have a look back at the replay. Watch this, Jardier going for move on Dan, but look at this from Heike. Misses his braking point completely, tries to press the abort button and go across the chicane, but it was straight into the side of another car.
Yeah, that's what happens. You miss your braking point, you're then thinking, I need to avoid everyone, and then it's just pot luck as to whether you do end up collecting somebody on your way through. Emily Jones, 3.2 second lead already in this race. That's incredible that she's able to get ahead, but these two have been fighting. West, Gamer Muscle and Hydro, but Borja Zaza, your sprint race winner, is coming up to the back of these drivers here, dragging along De Pilo as well. Here's a replay of what happened then to right down at the Parabolica. Look to the inside, carried a little bit too much speed. And you mentioned it in race one, Connor, it's Echo's Boosted Media as well. You mentioned it in race one. Once the back end of this car swings around, that rear engine, it acts like a pendulum.
Yeah, you're acting against the laws of physics to try and get that car pointed in the right direction again. Here comes the battle for P2, though. Hydro inside the slipstream of Gamer Muscle into turn number one. Battle of the late breakers, and it's a very late braking. There's a huge amount of brake smoke there as we see De Pilo and Zazo also going wheel to wheel. That was the battle behind that pair I was just talking about as well. And they continue to have this overlap on the way through the Curva del Sol. They get pretty close. They don't touch though, but they're running each other ragged.
Oh, I think we've gone back to Interlagos there, Connor. It's Curva Grande that they're going through there. But yeah, still side by side into the De La Rocha. And they're still fighting it out. And finally, Zazo goes through and immediately having to go on the defensive, because who's rocking up there? I think that's Dan Suzuki, racing out there in Hockenheim. And he is getting in the thick of it here. So he's on the back of this little gaggle of cars, 4th, 5th and 6th together as they go through the second of the Lesmos. And now you plunge just a little drop downhill underneath that impressive oval, and then back uphill into the braking zone of the Ascari chicane. Quite like braking here into the Ascari. Nobody really using that inside curb there. And really attacking that third curb there, though, as they head on out the corner. And they're actually catching up to that battle for second place between Gamer Muscle and Hydro. They're fighting too hard. They're slowing each other down.
It's one of those simple things in racing. Going side by side through a corner is slower than going just a single line through. That's probably one of the more obvious statements I've ever made, as Zazo got a pretty poor line there through the Parabolica, and now De Pilo, as I'll get that name right at some point, De Pilo, sitting inside his slipstream now. You can see the battle for second and the battle for fourth up on screen right now, as those will not quite change positions down in towards the first chicane. You do see, oh my word, that's Gamer Muscle locking up the brakes on the top of your screen there, coming into the first chicane. There was a bit of a squabble behind them as well for that battle for fourth that you saw on the bottom of your screen as well, but this is just all one big train now for the second podium spot.
And Matt Malone's rocking up to the back of this one as well, so it's going to be soon to be a 6-car train to the inside then. Hydro, that's a late move up over the chicane curb, And Gamer Muscle down to third place. Hydro making it up into second, but he's feeling that he needs to go defensive on the exit of the De La Roja. And Gamer Muscle's got to be careful because he's got a gaggle of cars behind him. Never mind that, because he's up into second place. Oh, there's contact there. Oh, Dan Suzuki's involved in that one as well. And that was DePiler. He has been turned around. Oh, yeah, Dan Suzuki's day is done. That car is terribly crabbing.
Yeah, that's major damage to the driver that's currently driving from the Porsche Experience Center in Hockenheim. And unfortunately, I think this one was his doing, as again, he ran into the back of Temp Yellow coming into the braking zone and spun him right in front of traffic. Very lucky that no one else really got themselves involved in this. Still door-to-door action for P2, though, between Hydro and Gamer Muscle. These guys have been giving us a show all race long so far, and it looks like they're not going to give up on that as, well, Gamer Muscle will win the fight through Parabolica, and now Zazo's looking to try and make some progress as well.
Yeah, Zazo now looking menacing. He wants to get those positions. Look at the concentration on Gamer Muscle's face. Are we going to go 3 wide? Down the start and finish straight? The answer is yes! Porsche Zazo with the double draft down the middle, using the side draft to the effect as well, and goes from 4th to 2nd place in 1 straight.
Look, Paul, that door was always closing there between Hydro and Gamer Muscle, but somehow Zazo was able to shoot the gap absolutely perfect down the middle, and it's one thing to go for that move, it's another to complete it and get ahead, as these guys are still going door-to-door into the De La Roja. A bit of a lock-up there from Gamer Muscle, but he's able to recover it. I think that's the Gamer Muscle special right now, locking up but still having no problems.
Yeah, he's using and abusing those Michelins, that's for sure. But down there they go through the corners now. Look at this. This is Will Ford, boosted media. And you can see his rig there. It is a motion rig there, so he'll be moving about in his seat. You can see how much he's having to put inputs into his wheel as well as he heads on down towards the down to the Ascara chicane, having a word with his Twitch chat, and why wouldn't you? You've got a bit of a straight, you've got a time to relax. As onto the brakes, he suddenly realised that braking zone got a lot sooner than he expected, but through he goes, the Ascara chicane. It's always great to see these rigs, being able to watch these drivers using these rigs here, Connor.
Yeah, there's such a variety of them as well. It just goes to show you don't need a super fancy sim rig to go sim racing. You can just get a wheel off the shelf and go racing as well. These guys are doing exactly that. They are really going racing, and now Matt Malone is looking to get himself involved in this battle. He wants to do the repeat of what Zazo did and get both of these guys done on the way down in towards the first chicane. He's going to go and shoot the middle now. He doesn't have as much of a run as Zazo did on the previous lap, so I don't think he's going to be successful. The gap is there if he wants to go for it, but not going to on the brakes into the chicane. It's fantastic that these guys can race so close and keep it relatively cleaner, but I know the danger in saying that.
Have Gamer Muscle and Hydro had like a gentleman's agreement before the start of this race saying, look, we'll form a mobile chicane and just block the track too wide for the rest of the race, because that seems to be what's happened. But now Malone has split the two of them, and well, Gamer Muscle, he's at the head of that. He's in 3rd place. Malone wants that 3rd place. He wants to have a word with Sadakis back in the studio in a moment. Look at them. Look at the different styles of driving. Gamer Muscle just very focused out there. He's determined to try and get a good result. And, well, Malone, he's a little bit exuberant, shall we say, behind the wheel, isn't he? As he's trying to get his way past alongside now down the straight. Gamer Muscle squeezing a little into the Ascara chicane. You've got to be careful with that you don't end up quarter paneling yourself. But through the Ascara chicane, and Malone's looking for the good run out the corner, and that's what he's getting there, Connery.
Yeah, he's got some momentum coming off Ascari, but again, the moves aren't usually made here down into the Parabolica. They're made elsewhere. Of course, these drivers can't talk to each other right now unless they've organised something between themselves previously. But again, they're going very wide. Sometimes it's better to take that wide arc coming off the parabolic to just carry the speed down the pit straight here, and I think that's exactly what Matt Malone's done. He's going to look to the pit wall side. Nope, now he's going to look to the other side and challenge on the brakes.
You can see that big grin on James West's face there, a game of muscle. Into the braking zone. I think he knew it was a losing battle there in that one. But he can fight back, try and get the better run out the chicane. No, it's not quite happening. Matt Malone giving a little bit of a wave at the game of muscle there as they go through Curva Grande. But one driver that we've not really talked about for the majority of this feature race here, Emily Jones, not the best first race, but really making up for it in this one. Porsche has caught a little bit during this time, though.
I'm getting flashbacks to the first ever time we did this sort of All-Stars event. It wasn't the start of the season, it was the trial event that we ran, and Emery kind of walked away with that one as well. So I think, and it's going to be here at the same track as well at Monza. So. Yeah. She's done extraordinarily well. She's kept herself out of everyone else's business, I think, is probably the reason why she's been able to pull the gap so much here this time around. 6.7 seconds there at the front. There's Defiello as well. Of course, good to showcase some of the other drivers that not actively battling, but they are still out there and they're still doing their bit for the series. Of course, Defiello in 7th place at the moment. He's had his issues. You can see he's got a lot of damage on the front end of that car. You can see that just in the visor cam that we have right now. So he hasn't had the best of times, but still talking to his chat and still taking it in good faith.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's it. And this is a thing you can learn from watching some of these drivers and some of these all-stars of how you react to what happens if incidents happen. You can't get yourself all worked up and stressed, and you can't let that heat of the moment sort of take over. You've got to just calm yourself down, take the emotion out of the situation and be like, right, okay, I'm not in the position I wanted to be, but we've got to keep on fighting, keep moving forward. So you never know what's going to happen in these races and these events. And when you've got people like Matt Malone, Gamer Muscle and Hydra all out there together, things can happen. In fact, Malone is catching up to Bolgesazzo once again. He's getting flashbacks of the sprint race.
Yeah, I think Zazo might have the Jaws music in his head right now, and also remembering back to that sprint race. My words, how much curb do you want, Matt? Coming through the chicane there. That was a huge amount up on 2 wheels. Able to keep control of it though, and you got to be careful with the sliding around here. I know the track temperature is hot, which causes the cars to slide around a little more, but Matt's been doing it the most out of all of these drivers.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit cooler, just 3 degrees cooler track temp compared to we had in the sprint race. But Malone, I said he's exuberant. Well, he's showing that right here in this race, and he's now coming under pressure from Gamer Muscle behind. So Gamer Muscle having I will say this, he's having the race of his season here in this All-Star event. He's not had the best of luck. He's not really been getting on with the cars to the same degree as others. But this race here, it's just all seemed to have fallen into his lap.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, doesn't it? It's it's just one of those races where everything just kind of works out for you. Of course, you have to put in your own sort of effort to try and manufacture your own luck, of course. But when things go your way, you got to take every single opportunity that you can, and that's exactly what has happened here. Bell's still on for the third, though. Matt Malone, Gamer Muscle, still involved in this one. It might be this same duel, but part 2 in just a bit.
Well, it's a battle of Twitch versus YouTube as well, because Malone's streaming on Twitch, Gamer Muscle on YouTube, so a battle of the streaming platforms as well. They're out there on track. And Gamer Muscle with the fish, the lucky fish, and I believe he's got a pigeon on his seat now as well, just for a good measure. He seems to be at one with animals. The problem is that they're all stuffed animals at the moment there, but through the chicane, and Malone, he's not happy with something there. Maybe his exit out the chicane then. Just see, you can I love seeing these cameras because you can see when they're getting a little bit annoyed with themselves with little mistakes, or you can see Malone's really having to work the car, and yeah, I think he's maybe used up those tyres a bit too much.
Yeah, just the hand gestures as well. You can see that he's frustrated with it, and Yeah, I mean, like I said before, he's been sliding around on those tires a lot, and those tires, you know, when you do that, they're not easy to get back into the correct operating windows. So once you put too much energy into them and overheat them, then it's a big struggle, and you're more liable to slide even more, and that just exacerbates the problem. It's just a, you know, sort of a positive feedback loop in that aspect. But Malone, he's doing well to keep himself ahead for now, but I know Gamer Muscle will be relentless on his offense if he's given the opportunity and the run down the pit straight.
Well, Gamer Muscle then through the Parabolica, giving it a little bit of a drift through the final corner. You don't really want to be doing that because, well, he's seeing the perfect example right in front of him. Now, the thing that's helping Matt Malone here is that he's still got the slipstream of Borja Zaza. And again, Malone was about a 1/10.5 quicker than Zaza on that last lap. So that's helping pull Malone along in third place and keep him out of the threat of Gamer Muscle then in fourth place. We're on board with Gamer Muscle then in car, and he goes through Curva Grande. Now, Gamer Muscle, if he can get close enough, he can get a double draft here from the two of them, and that is really powerful. We saw how powerful when Borja Zaza made that double move down the start and finish straight.
Yeah, there's certainly a possibility. If things fall in the right way here for Gamer Muscle, he could get the double slipstream and the double pass coming down the pit straight. But again, we're in the same sort of situation, Paul, as to the sprint race. We're starting to run out of time. We're starting to run out of laps, and Matt now, if he wants to get up into P2, he can't afford to have the exact same thing happen to him now as it did in the sprint race, where he just needed that one extra lap to have a run.
Malone is actually getting really close to Zaza in front here as we're heading into the Ascara chicane. Next time should be the white flag. I say should, you never know with these drivers. And they go through the exit of the Ascara chicane, and Malone has got that slipstream. He's right up underneath the engine of the car in front of Borja Zaza, looking left, looking right, onto the brakes into the Parabolica, not quite alongside, but he's showing his intent here then. So they're going to cross the finish line to start the final lap of this race and of the season for these drivers. And it's Malone, Zaza down towards turn number 1. Gamer Muscle is there or thereabouts, but not close enough to make any moves. But the moves are being made by Malone onto the brakes. We've seen how good Zaza is on the brakes. So too is Malone. Keeps it alongside on the exit of the chicane. Now Zaza, he can get a better run out of that chicane, and that's showing right there. A little bit earlier on the throttle, Malone was compromised on his exit, and that's allowed Zaza just to get ahead again.
Don't cut him out. He's still hanging around the outside here, looking for the line on the brakes into the Della Rocha. They lead on each other, coming down into the corner. Zaza just about ahead, but he's wrapped himself across the nose of Matt Malone and spins out into the runoff area with 10 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, heartbreak for Zaza. Oh, he'll be gutted about that. He was on for another podium here, but it's Malone and Gamer Muscle. Well, Gamer Muscle can sniff a second place here. He could get the second step of the podium. Way down the road is Emery. She is on her way to victory, but it's this battle for second place now. If Gamer Muscle can get a good run, he could potentially get himself a second place here. Into the Ascara chicane for the final time. You can see the timing tower saying final lap. Matt Malone, the American. Gamer Muscle, the Brit, out of the Ascara chicane. He's in the slipstream. He's got the opportunity out there on track. But we're going to have to look forward because it has been an absolute wondrous drive. She was in an unassailable position in the championship, and your champion of the All-Stars, Emery, goes across the line for victory here in the feature race. Who's going to finish in second place? It's going to be Malone ahead of Gamer Muscle. Borja Zaza is going to come in fourth place. He'll be absolutely gutted about that one. Hydro and Boosted Media as well out there. They cross the line together. Wow, Connery, that was sensational stuff. In fact, let's instead of speaking to Connery, we'll hear from him later on in the World Championship Series. But instead, let's head on over to Germany and Matt.
Well, welcome back to our Never Not Racing Championship show from the Porsche Experience Center here in Hockenheim. Thank you very much to Paul and Connery, who took over the commentary duo for that particular race. And what a race. I mean, it's so fun. The All-Star race this year, I think, has been one of the surprises and one of the things I've enjoyed so much about being part of PESH this year and getting to know the series more intimately. But the All-Star race, I mean, you're bringing in some of the greatest minds and content creators, so to speak, in racing. Not necessarily the quickest, but they've been so close and competitive all year long. I think Monza was it was dramatic. It was interesting. Watching Dan beside me here talking nonstop was pretty crazy because I don't know how they talk that much and still focus on driving. I definitely can't do that. I can yell at my dad as my race engineer in real life somehow, but that's, I think, a family thing. Otherwise, useless. So, yeah, he obviously had some dramas. It was fun to watch, though. And we're going to bring the standings up here in a second because that does conclude the championship. And I think Emily Jones, there we go, perfect. On cue, that was perfect timing. Emily Jones does win the championship, and she did so in style. Let's give her credit for that because she won the last race despite mathematically being ahead. There's actually today's race results. Matt Malone didn't do the whole season with us, but comes through in second place. James West, Gamer Muscle, huge result for him. He's been pretty mixed sort of all year long. Barzazzo, who joined halfway through the season, really was consistent throughout and someone definitely to watch. Always stylish as well, had the bow tie on again today. He won the sprint race, fourth in this, and then obviously Will Ford coming through as well. Julian was just ahead of him. Olivier, excuse me, you'd think my Canadian French would help me there. Valette, Di Piello, decent results. Yardier, a little bit dramatic. You may have seen it just previously on the points results. The battle for third and second that we were talking about with Yardier and Dan, well, Dan actually did get the better of that, so he does finish second in the championship. But it's important to note, and there you go, there's a look at the points table. It's important to note as well that it's not really necessarily about the championship results overall for the All-Stars. It's been about the entertainment. It's been about you guys, the community, having fun, giving a little bit of rivalry between them. And obviously it's the individual race wins, the feature race wins that gave credits toward each respective streamer's community. So really cool to have done that, but for bragging rights, I guess, there you go. Emily Jones, faster than the rest. Shout out to Jimmy Broadbent, by the way. Wasn't with us, obviously, this particular race because he's been so successful with his content plans and obviously his dream of racing that he's actually at the real circuit right now for Britcar and therefore is now in the real series, in a real car this weekend and couldn't be here. So very, very cool. Would have been great to have him, but I wish him the best. I've been trying to keep track of it through social media as I can, and Jimmy's trying to do that for everyone. So yeah, very cool that he's doing that. But again, I think it's really cool that Porsche's not only gone for the fastest drivers in the sim racing world, which we are about to see in just a minute with the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup, but also bringing in some of these minds that we get to know and love. And a lot of these guys, the cool thing, and I mentioned this a few times in the season, they've been doing this since before sort of the esports explosion, not just in sim racing, but I mean in general. The streaming was really a possibility. You look back to guys like Matt Malone who had YouTube way before even Twitch was in its prime, and now it's grown into its own, and I think that they deserve a lot of credit because they are a lot of the reason that we've had the promotion that we've had in sim. And I'll tell you right now, I watch a lot of those guys, whether it's tutorials on setting up monitors that I'm terrible at, whether it's making sure my force feedback's set up right, or just for the entertainment aspect. Yeah, they've been great. So really cool to have them with us. And like I said, the racing was awesome. As you can see, we did open the garage behind us. The sun's set on Hockenheim. We're going to be setting the sun on the season very soon at Monza, but a little bit to go through first. Why is that car on my right covered? That is something you will not want to miss. That is something that affects and changes everything in iRacing, and you guys will want to know what exactly that is very soon, I'm sure. Maybe you've got some guesses. Maybe you guys know what Porsche's been up to. Maybe you're in chat trying to speculate what that's under wraps. Maybe it's my car. Maybe I just brought it to show you guys. I don't know. And then obviously the Cup car on our left as well. So we are going to jump in and talk to some of the drivers from today, though, because I think it's important that we do so. It's always great to hear from them. Always great to hear from Matt Malone as well, and I think he'll be the first one that we get to chat with. So I'm not sure if he's Matt. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. I'm just standing at, I don't know, some place called Hockenheim beside, more cars than I can afford. I don't know about you.
I'm just sitting in my wife's basement. That's all.
All right, listen, I didn't mean to make it sound like that. But you did have some fun on the track today, though, no doubt.
Oh man, that was like probably the best event that I've been a part of for Porsche. That was a heck of a lot of fun. I got second place in both races, and yeah, that was a blast. It's kind of bittersweet because I want to do more. I want to like in 2 weeks from now, I want there to be another event, but it was the final race.
I'm going to call you out because you didn't join until halfway through the season, so that's kind of on you.
I know. I got in late.
Yeah, well, you made your impression. Second place today is pretty good. Monza, a bit of a challenge, but you're back in the Cup car, which you were late to at the start of the year. So this was kind of your first go in the Cup.
Right, yeah, for this. And it's my favorite Porsche on iRacing. It's just that with the no ABS and you really got to wheel it around. It really feels like you're part of the car. So it's my favorite Porsche. So I was glad that the fans picked it for the final event.
You're crazy. It's my favorite Porsche, but it makes me hate myself as a driver because I make mistakes. So good for you for enjoying it. Highlight of the season for you?
Probably passing Tony Kanaan on the outside of the Porsche S's at Le Mans.
That's fair. That's pretty cool. Awesome. Yeah, well, hey, look, congratulations. It's been a ton of fun. I'm sure we could chat forever. Sorry to rub it in and where I am. Your wife's basement looks awesome, for the record.
Oh, thanks. I just realized I was looking in the wrong camera. Hey, you're over there.
So I've done that a few times tonight. There's a few of them around, so it's
That's
okay.
all right, yeah.
You still look good if that's all that matters.
Oh, well, yeah. I was sweating a little bit on that last race, not going to lie. That was a lot of fun.
All right. Well, it was good to watch. Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
Very cool. All right. Well, yeah, lots to talk about. Obviously, Emily Jones was the series champion as well. So we definitely need to have a chat with her at some point because she's going to be joining us. I'm sure she's chatting with her community right now, no doubt, celebrating that win. We saw her fist pumping coming across the line, and rightfully so. Like I said, did it in style. Yeah, hopefully we can jump in with her. And there she is. Emily, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello. Thanks.
Are you on push to talk?
I am. Is that bad?
No, that's polite of you. I appreciate that. I don't have to listen to you chewing Doritos like I do with all the people I play Call of Duty with. So that's awesome. You just won the championship, which again, this is kind of for fun. It's all bragging rights. Obviously, the community points for each race, but let's be honest, you still beat everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, a win is a win, right? It was all for fun, and I think we were all very nice and gave each other lots of room. But yeah, I'll take the win, even though it was just a fun series. It was good.
You won it in style too, right? Like there's always that like, oh well, they've already got enough points, so they just kind of coast around. No, you won the last race.
Yeah, it was the first race was a bit iffy. I sort of had contact with Jardier, which was
I think
I'll take the blame for. Oh, nobody saw it. It's fine. All good. And then I tried to pass Matt Malone and just completely forgot where the brake pedal was, which was also not great. But it was fine. It was good to get a win in the final one.
I'd say it's the one on the left, but you probably have 3 pedals on your sim rig, so that doesn't work.
Middle one.
Yeah, middle one. There you go. I think Dan might have paid you as well to hit Yardia. I heard a rumor. He wanted me to unplug Dan's rig today because they were battling for second. So maybe that had to do with it.
Yeah, there's apparently been money going around. Gamer Muscle said I was expecting like something in my bank account in the next couple of hours if I kill someone. So we'll have to see.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to monitor that because that may not be fair. But hey, look, it's been a ton of fun. I mean, we saw the video between races as well, the highlight of the season. Your pass at Montreal was pretty insane. But overall, how's this been for you? Because this is a pretty cool thing to do.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks to everyone for having us. Especially just like I'm a Pesk fan myself. I watch all the Pesk races. I really enjoy watching it, and to race before it is kind of awesome. It's a great opportunity, and I feel very privileged, and I'm almost kind of nervous every time I get to race as the lead up support category for Pesk. So,
I feel like that's appropriate though.
Yeah.
Nerves in racing, that's kind of a good thing in some ways.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe makes me not make as many mistakes, but it's been great. I've had a really great time. I've got my Australian flag for myself and for Josh. We're doing great, I think, representing us. So
yeah,
it's been
you guys might get double championship right now, you Aussies. It's kind of an interesting point.
We're doing well, I think, punching above our weight.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll call it that. The kangaroo battles. What was it? The emus? We need an emu to drive because that would beat you guys. That's the only thing that beats Australia.
Yeah, we had the Emu War, but we lost the Emu War. The Emus won.
If anyone doesn't know that, look that up because that's hilarious, by the way. But no emus in Pesk, so you guys did all right. Look, it's been a ton of fun. Congratulations on the win, and keep up the good work because this is obviously pretty awesome, and no doubt you've been fast all year.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. I hope you've all enjoyed watching, and yeah, enjoy the final round of Pesk.
We will. I'm going to enjoy it, that's for sure. We're going to move on from there. Obviously, congratulations to Emery for the win in the championship. We've got a lot more coming up here in studio as well. I'm actually going to bring in two guests right now. Dan, who's in studio, it seems appropriate to come and let him talk, maybe make excuses for the race. And Nick, who's the man. Nicholas is behind the All-Star race and bringing this part of the Pesk events together, which is kind of cool because I think as there they are coming into screen, I think it's something worth talking about. Maybe, Nick, I'll start with you before Dan. I'll let you prepare your excuses and if you want to think through them. But this, Nicholas, this is really cool because you have brought together some very known personalities, people that I think are very respected in the sim world. And on top of that, and this is almost a bonus, but they've been super close on the track as well.
Definitely. First of all, thanks to all of our amazing content creators like Dan, who joined us for this season, who provided amazing racing action. And at the same time also, yeah, some interesting happenings, let's put it this way, to just increase our entertainment value of the whole season. And yeah, this mix was super interesting and actually what we wanted to have.
What was your goal for this, bringing it together? I mean, the racing is one thing, but what was the plan for Porsche? Is there a plan maybe going forward with the All-Star?
Definitely. Initially we thought, okay, we have this Porsche Esports Supercup, one of the most relevant esports racing tournaments in the scene with 40 of the fastest sim races in the world. But how can we spice this up for the community slightly, to bring it to the broader audience? And that's why we came up with this All-Star series. And we thought, okay, let's meet them where they watch their videos, where they race with their communities. And yeah, then we came up with these All-Stars and it was great. And we also had Dan.
And so, yeah, well, I was about to say, and somehow Dan got picked. Well, I just met the guy, and here I am. So at least you said it. We're going to get some questions from the community in a second. But Dan, talk to me about your race, because you and Yardier were battling for P2. You had some contact in the second race. Your suspension was a little crooked, but Yardier had some drama as well.
It probably was not the race for both of us. I tried to make the best out of it. First race, where did I finish? I think P5 or so.
P5, I think,
And then the second race, I just misjudged my braking point a little bit. Went into the Pielo, I think. So sorry about that. It was, of course, not on purpose. And then, yeah, my steering was off by 270 degrees or so. So at least it was a challenge to bring the car back into the pits, but at least I could.
The car looked 45 degrees sideways going down the straight.
Yeah, it was interesting.
How was it trying a different rig than I find that difficult to switch rigs and still be quick.
Yeah, to be honest, I think in practice I felt confident, the lap times were decent. But then in the race, when you have a lot of cars around you and it really matters on the brakes, I mean, especially this Cup Porsche, it's so sensitive on the brakes. And there was just a little lack of confidence, and yeah, but it was a lot of fun to drive motion here for the first time. And was cool.
And you streamed as well, which is kind of cool. You had your community still there. I heard you thanking people for subscribing and following, and I think I went over and waved at them at one point just to see if it would distract you, but it didn't. So yeah, questions. We had a few coming in. I guess the first one I kind of already beat them too, but will there be any All-Star series in the next Pesk season, and how can you qualify to be an All-Star? Nick, I guess this one's probably best suited for you since you're in charge of that.
Definitely. Definitely, we want to try to bring this All-Star series back. I mean, it provided great entertainment, and we're going to do it again. How can you qualify? Well, I've already received multiple messages by many content creators, actually, during the season, throughout the season, and yeah, they always want to be part of it. And I think also Dan got some requests, which he then forwarded to me. So yeah, we're always open for new, interesting faces. So let us know who you are, and yeah, then we can find a solution.
Would you come back, Dan?
Of course, yeah. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty cool. I think that's absolutely. Second question came through from Twitch. I hope I'm saying this right. It's at Woask, W-O-A-S-K. I'll just spell it because then you guys can come up with it on your own. He says, what cars do you drive by yourself? So I guess we can all take turns on this. I guess we'll come down the desk.
I guess from now on, I think I'll pick this one
okay,
here to your left.
That is yours, isn't it? Yeah. What do you drive?
No, actually, a Seat Leon diesel.
Okay. No, that's fine.
It's a great car.
Yeah, we don't have Seat in Canada, but the diesel's nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
What about you, Nick? What's your car?
Well, I'm going to leave the garage now because I have no car at all at the moment.
Really?
No. But it was great to drive the Taycan to Hockenheim. That was okay.
Yeah, I got to go in the Taycan with you. That's the first time
The
in one. It was
benefits,
pretty cool.
yeah. It's a great car.
I equally should probably apologize. I'm second-rate German, not first, so I'm in the other lesser BMW, some other brand. Obviously, I've got the M3 that I race. Some people know it. That's a full race car. And then I have just a 328 wagon. But in Canada, the E91s, the wagons, we can't get wagons anymore because everything's gone SUV. So I have to like hold that thing until it's a rust bucket in the ground. And then my third car is actually that one under the cover. That's why it's covered. I didn't want them to get dust on it. So that's mine. I swear that's mine. But we're going to talk about that one in a second. And then the last one, it says at me. So I guess this one's, sorry guys, sorry, but maybe we'll get it.
Okay, you're the
Do
star
I
of
have
the
a
show.
personal moment from the All-Star? Actually, Nick, I want to ask you this because we heard between races, there was a video you guys talked about your favorite moments. I actually am going to go with how close the racing was, considering its influencers. And I'm going to add Emery's pass at Montreal. Around the outside of turn 3, I've been to Montreal, obviously as a Canadian. I've seen that corner in person. That is not an easy pass to pull off, and she nailed that. So that is like a super impressive move.
I have to say I didn't enjoy that.
No, you were the one getting overtaken.
Yes.
Maybe I'll blame you. It was bad defending, obviously, if she's able to pull that off. No. Well, what about you, Nick?
Oh, that's super difficult. I think it's Jimmy winning his Nordschleife race. He was
true.
He was so happy afterwards. Like, he was fighting for it for so many times, and sometimes he got crashed. Then, well, he made some mistakes on his own, and it came full circle there. So I think I go with Jimmy's win.
Nice. That's a good answer, actually. That one was fun because Jimmy was pretty happy with that too. The other highlight for me has just been getting to know everyone, the All-Stars, the drivers, Dan, you, Nick as well, but also the PESC drivers. And we had more of a chance to do that because I sat down before this weekend to talk to 2 rookies and 2 returning drivers in this series about the PESC All-Star Series and also to find out if there's fast off the track as they are on it. To do that, though, we've got to go back and talk to future Matt. And I apologize now because he's pretty rough looking. Thanks very much, Matt. Hey, you're looking good. You're looking better than you used to, all right? So keep up the good work. But that said, yes, we are going to jump into a quiz to see if the drivers are as fast off the track as they are on it. And to do so, we've got questions not only about PESC itself, but also about racing and Porsche as a whole. We've got 2 rookies, Zach Campbell and Marino Sorica, as well as 2 experienced drivers, Jamie Fluke and Mac Backham, to go through all the motions, and there can only be one winner. So with that, let's get into it. All right, we're going to start off with a bit of track knowledge. Of course, you guys know all of the tracks very well in the sim and when you're on them, but we want to know how much you know about them in terms of statistics. First question is, which curve and which track would you find the turn Paratella? I think Marino was first.
That's Imola.
It is. Which corner do you know?
6.
It's 9, but I'll give you the point anyway.
Just rigged for the Italian already. Starting out bad.
Which track do you have to go through the corner Fedura and when? Jamie was definitely first that time.
Interlagos turn like 11.
Wow, you guys are way off on the numbers. Do you want to count again?
I was at like 6.
Yeah, there you go. It is turn 6. Yeah, 11. That would have been way into the lap. Okay, so which circuit do you go right, left, right, left, right? Jamie.
Le Mans.
Ooh, you know what? This is an interesting one because it's not the answer we had down, but you're not wrong. So this is a bit more about Porsche history rather than circuit history. The first question is, when did Porsche first win Le Mans overall? I think Zach might have been first, just slightly.
1970.
Yeah, that's correct.
5 minutes on Wikipedia got me that answer.
Oh, geez. I like how you studied for this.
Just surprised Zach got a question right that didn't have anything to do with Road Atlanta.
Or America. This is progress for me. I'm becoming more international, more cultured. I'm pretty stoked about that one.
What was written on the famous Porsche 917/20? Oh, Mac?
Porsche?
Okay, well, I'm not giving you that one. Let's be honest here. Come on. Here's another hint. They did a retro livery to it recently.
I'm out.
Marino.
Was it in Rotterdam?
Nope. No one's got this? I thought this one was going to be easy. This one's the Pink Pig. So it's the butcher's names for all the cuts. I thought you guys would get that one.
I only know things about America.
Way to be a typical American, Zach.
Listen, I'll take it. None of the rest of the world matters.
As a Canadian, that is exactly what we say about you guys.
I'm glad to prove your stereotypes correct.
Okay, so the last category that we're going to do is the Porsche Pesc Driver Pesc Expert, which I hope you guys get every one of these right, or I'll be calling you out. This one's pretty easy. I hope you guys get it, although I'm going to be honest with you, none of you in this room have gotten it this season. How many points can you achieve per race with maximum of points scored in a weekend? I think Mac was slightly first.
It's 85.
85, that's right. And like I said, none of you have gotten it this year.
I'm really glad you could finally, Mac, I'm really glad you could finally be first in something.
Yeah, it's been a while.
The thing is, Zach, I see more trophies behind him in camera right now than behind you, so.
That's true, but they're not his.
Who won the very first race of the very first season of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup? I'm going to give that one to Zach.
No way.
Frederick Rasmussen.
Yeah, that's right.
I looked it up on Sim Racing Wiki about 10 minutes ago.
This guy was like fully prepared for all the questions.
It's cheating though.
I don't know if it's cheating or it's just studying for your exam. We are going to Monza for the final, and we're going back there again for a doubleheader. But who won last year's Pesc sprint race at Monza? That's Marino.
Sebi, job.
Ah, that's wrong. Jamie.
Graham Carroll.
Graham Carroll won it indeed. I like that Jamie finally got in there with one at the end because he was very close on second with the buzzer every single time.
Speaking of being close on second, who finished second in that race, Jamie?
Yeah.
That's why you remember.
No, I was like a 10th off. I couldn't get the move done at the end. Not happy.
Zach, who's this?
It's my dog. Do you know the answer?
Absolutely not. Okay, are you guys ready? So Imola came into our calendar this year and replaced a track that was originally supposed to be on there. Which track was supposed to be on the calendar? Okay, Jamie.
Hockenheim.
That is correct. Jamie is the winner. Second place at Monza last year. First in the quiz.
I just want to thank absolutely nobody for my victory here. Did this all by myself. Bow down to me. I don't know.
I mean, second is the first loser, Zach, so. See, even April's like, yeah, I'm out of here. Quit banging on that pot.
She's gone. She doesn't want to hang out with losers.
It'd be funny if she just walked into Jamie's shot then and hung out with the winner. Cool. Well, there we go. A bit of fun, a bit of banter, certainly. We obviously had a clear winner. He's on fire, literally, if you look at that hair and beard. Jamie Fluke comes through with the wins. Zach, it was close. And, of course, Mac, Marino, it was good to have you guys here. So, there we go. That took a bit, but Jamie Fluke... not a fluke at all. He knew everything about that and definitely nailed the quiz in the end. Close, Zach Campbell gave him a run, but as he said, maybe that American culture holding him back. Jamie was runner-up here last year at Monza. We'll see if maybe he can go one better. This time around, we've got our final race coming up. Back to you in the studio, Matt. I told you past Matt was ugly. Good news is you can tell I'm healing. Things are getting better. And as ugly as I was, those guys were awesome, and it was great to meet them. But here's something that is absolutely beautiful. This is probably, in my opinion, as good as Pesc is, the highlight of the night. This is coming up very soon in iRacing. Check it out. And here it is. What an honor to be able to tell you personally that this car, the GT3R, is coming to iRacing. Porsche and iRacing obviously now working on a long-term partnership that goes beyond PESC. It goes to you guys as well, and we get to experience in what is the most popular class, GT3 on iRacing, one of the coolest cars in the world. Probably the coolest race car I've ever seen up close, especially in this all-carbon. As much as I love liveries, the racing nerd in me loves this all-carbon look. You've got marks on the splitter. This one's been used on track before. This is the same car that's won the Bathurst 12-hour in 2019 with Matt Campbell. Lawrence Fanthor actually won the Daytona 24-hour earlier this year, racing in one of these. Faf races one in IMSA, and I actually was on track with it in Canada, and it was about 12 seconds faster a lap than me, and it was the coolest and craziest thing that's ever passed me on a track. Unbelievable sound. What a machine. I mean, massive radiator. Wheelbase is actually slightly extended on the GT3R compared to the normal chassis of a 911, and it switched to all carbon, everything carbon. How much is too much carbon? All of it. Because that allows for a better center of gravity, better performance, and it's just absolutely stunning. 2-meter wide wing, massive diffuser in the back. I'm actually gonna hop in it because this is just unbelievable. We'll try as best we can with my arm to get in gracefully and show you around. I think Porsche made a mistake when they opened up the doors because I can actually just drive this thing right now. This is as good as it gets. Obviously there's no seat insert, so I'm sat quite low right now. But there would be for the endurance races that these things do. 24 hours. Nürburgring, by the way, these race here in the VLN. They race the Nürburgring 24-hour. I guess the VLN is technically the NLS now. But, I mean, it's got everything. Ignition, main pump, spare pump, your AC, drink, force yellow, kill switches, the safety gear. All everything. It's going to be just so unbelievably impressive. And I love that about sim. How many cool cars do we get to drive that you otherwise wouldn't experience in real life? I mean, who would have thought that sim racing would even let me get close to this in a sim, let alone here in person? We're about 30 seconds away from qualifying for PESC, the final race of the season at Monza. It may not be in this car, but get excited. Remember, qualifying bans. Aitchinguven's got one. Sebastian Joe battling for P2 in the championship has one. Max Benecke, Sanchez at the back. Top 20 requalify for next season. Watch for the the black banners on the top of the window shield. Anyone with a black banner already requalified. Anyone without has a green banner has to do so. And we've got the qualifying award. This is the watch that goes to the man who wins that. It's time to jump into qualifying right now.
Green flag drops, away we go from the start of this final feature race in the Porsche Esports Supercup. Brilliant launch.
40 of the best sim races. $200,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? This is Racing for Immortality. This is Esports personified. This is the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup.
Well, here we are for the season finale of the 2021 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup by iRacing. And what a tremendous venue we've got for you. The Autodromo Nazionale Monza in the Royal Park in the outskirts of Milan. My name is Paul Smith. Alongside me is Connery Maddock. And special guest commentator for this week as well is Matt Malone. And, well, we'll come to you, to Connery first, because, Connery, this championship has been absolutely sensational for 9 rounds. We've got one more round to go.
Yeah, just one more to go. And like I said during the All-Stars event, time flies when you're having fun. It feels like we were just in the first round at Interlagos just a couple of weeks ago. And now we're here, round 10 at Monza, and it's all drawing to a close. But, you know, we've had some fantastic action all the way from start to finish. We've had great on-track battles, we've had drama, we've had contact spins, you know, altercations, but in the end, there's going to be one champion crowned at the end of today, and so there are also a handful of other drivers looking to lock themselves in to a qualifying spot for next season as well.
And Matt, you've been able to watch from the wings. I mean, what's it been like as a spectator to see this championship after taking part in the All-Stars event?
Yeah, with this car, the Porsche Cup car, these guys race so close together. And as somebody that races this car on the sim, it's mind-blowing how much talent these guys have. And every single week these guys go out, it's just bumper to bumper, side by side, race in action. And I tell you, today at Monza, it's not going to disappoint. I mean, this track just provides great racing, so I cannot wait to see the show today.
It is the traditional championship finale, Connery. We've been here for each season of the championship in the finale, and it's always given us some tremendous racing with slipstream in action and a little bit of team tactics and shenanigans going on out there as well. Is that what you're expected to see today?
I think we're going to see a repeat about the kind of racing that we saw at Le Mans, for example, with a lot of, it's more of a thinking person's race rather than anything else, rather than outright clean speed. Of course, you know, clean air speed is important in qualifying, but when it comes to the racing, it's all about the draft, it's all about the positioning here. And of course, if you do have friends out there, that's going to help you out quite a bit. But, you know, you can even forge some temporary alliances with a couple of drivers as well to try and make sure that you're in the best position possible towards the end of one of these races. But we've got qualifying going on right now, and well, not too long before the start of the sprint race.
Well, we saw earlier in the show that Heuer has brought his rig from the Coanda house out to the Hockenheim ring, and he is participating in this race in his rig. He wanted to be a bit more comfortable with the equipment that he was using there, and that's why he's had it shipped out to the Porsche Experience out there at Hockenheim here today. So we'll be seeing him out on track and also at his rig as well. But Matt, you know, as we see the side-by-side on stream, how important is it for you to be comfortable, especially in a series like this where it is so much on the line?
Oh, I mean, for me, that would be one of the biggest obstacles to overcome. I know Dan Suzuki was there at a different rig on site. He did pretty well. I think some people can adjust much quicker and much faster on the fly. For me, I think that would be one of the biggest obstacles, but these guys are professional, and so I think they'll figure it out real quick.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, he is a professional racer, of course, race winner in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup in real life as well. So he's got experience behind the car and plenty of seat time in that car, but he's also really adapt to the sim racing experience out here. So yeah, you can see how much he's having to focus. You can see the force that's going through his wheel and how precise he is with his movements and with his wheel position out there, Connery. And that's, I think that's what maybe sets these World Championship drivers aside, apart from people who are just on the outskirts of it. Just the level of consistency to hit those marks repeatedly.
Yeah, it's less outright lap time. Of course, it's so important still, the actual lap time you get, but it's more about the consistency. Like you mentioned, it's about just making sure you can hit those same lap times time after time after time. Here's something a little bit different though from this race. Of course, you might see a bit of a difference as far as the windshield banners of all the cars out here today. So of course, if they have the you see a difference between the default banner, and then we of course will have a green banner for those drivers that are fighting to get themselves involved inside the top 10. If they're black like this is the default banner, then they are already locked in. If they're green, then it's still very much undecided about whether they are going through to the next season of the Porsche Heuer Esports Super Cup automatically or not. So you can see an example of the green banner there. This is the driver of the number 99 that has not locked themselves in just yet. This is Michael Gard in that number 99 car. So that's an interesting element that you guys at home can look out for to see if what drivers are competing for and what drivers are safe.
Yeah, Johan Hart, who's working his way down the straight there, is another one of those drivers who wasn't secured in his position in the top 20. So much pressure on these drivers' shoulders to try and automatically qualify, because the qualification process is so tough and so competitive. And you'll see on the timing banner, on the timing tower on the left-hand side, the green highlighted drivers. Again, those are the drivers that are on the bubble who are still not secure in their position in the championship. Johan Hart going a bit too fast there into the De La Roja and deciding to park the car. So we're looking at the standings in qualifying at the moment is Charlie Collins, who's currently provisionally on pole position, ahead of Joshua Rogers. Dane Warren in 3rd place ahead of Matt Backham, with Kevin Ellis Jr. in 5th place. There's another one of our drivers who is secure in their position. Of course, the black banners will be on drivers who are both either qualified or definitely out of the series. So we saw Graham Carroll behind the wheel. But this is going to be interesting to see. Josh Rogers coming across the line then to do another lap in qualifying. So it's all about getting yourself into that top 20 in the championship to automatically qualify yourself in the series. And I mean, Connery, we've watched this series every season. The quality keeps on improving, and those qualifying procedures and the qualifying process just becomes more and more tough.
I mean, you were one of the commentators for the qualifying series this year, and you saw how competitive it was to try and even get into the series, to even get into the race that will score you points to get in this series is so competitive, and it's so wide open between tens of drivers. You know, it's absolutely crazy. And of course, you know, hundreds might potentially try and book their slot in this series, but you know, we've only got a limited amount of slots here in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so you really do have to be the best of the best, and there's quite a small difference sometimes between being the best of the best and being just outside that top 40 needed to actually be in this series.
So as they head on through, then that Sarika will be giving you live points throughout this event as well. So we'll be able to see how that drop works and those drivers who automatically qualify or don't qualify. I mean, we'll throw it to you, Matt. I mean, you've been involved in various different events and competitions as well. How difficult is it to be in such a knockout situation where you've got to try and keep yourself in a championship?
Well, I mean, this is today's their shot at it. I mean, if you're right on the edge and it guarantees you your entry for next time, then this is it. I mean, trying to qualify for some of this stuff starting from the bottom is not easy. I mean, it's something that, you know, your regular Joe racer, sometimes, you know, you don't even have a shot at it. So this is some of these guys' shot right here today. So if they can do it here, they're in. And imagine the weight lifted off your shoulders when you know you're in for next season. I mean, you can just start focusing. Your focus is elsewhere. Your focus is getting better for the tracks and what the season coming up has to offer. So just imagine getting in, you're guaranteed, and you can just take a one big sigh of relief. I can imagine.
Yeah, Jack Sedgwick then is one of those drivers who hasn't automatically qualified for next season. That's why he's got the black banner. And he's had a really tough time of it, Connery, because he's been here since season 1, and he just seems to just fallen backwards down the orders. And I don't know whether he just needs to maybe take a refresh and maybe have a new approach or something, change something up to improve things.
Yeah, that's sometimes what's required, because you have some, like you said, drivers in this series that have are typically, in seasons gone by, have been very, very strong indeed, but they're sliding further back through the order, and sometimes it does require, like you said, just that little bit of something else, and that's what the drivers have to work out. Is it either just more practice? Is it a better mental state coming into some of these races? Because the times are so close. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen how close they are in qualifying. There's about just under a tenth of a second separating P1 from P5 at the moment in the qualifying order. Sometimes some of that difference can be made up in just how you think and how your mentality is coming into these races. The sports psychology of it is, it can make all the difference sometimes.
Certainly does. Drivers just coming to the end of qualifying here. They're all pretty much set their times. Brian Lockwood getting some extra laps out there on track. Of course, once that timer hits 0, you will not be able to complete a lap out there on track. So Brian Lockwood getting some extra time out there, get used to how the track feels for the start of this race. As was mentioned, Chan Guvan, who was one of our drivers who's out there on site, fortunately couldn't set himself a qualifying time, so that means that he's starting towards the rear of the grid. We'll bring you the full grid once the session has concluded. But Matt, this is that time when any driver on the service, it doesn't have to be a World Championship driver, you've set your qualifying time, you've made sure that you've got your fuel set and you've got the race set up on there. This is where some people can stand getting a little bits of nerves before the start of a race.
Oh yeah, 100%. And you just got to tell yourself, just take it easy. Just try to do some breathing, get a little zen moment here before you start gridding up. And because as soon as you start getting the nerves going, maybe your inputs are a little sporadic, a little erratic, and that can, you see it all the time in just regular races. People just get so excited for the race, and there you go into turn 1, and it just becomes chaos. So they just got to calm themselves down a little bit.
Absolutely. So the drivers will be getting themselves prepared for the start of this race, and we'll be bringing you the grid very shortly indeed for you today. It is the final qualifying session of the season, and it isn't our king of qualifying Josh Rogers on pole position. Instead, that's gone to Charlie Collins, the Brit, the young Brit, the rookie, on pole position alongside Dane Warren, with Mitchell de Jong fighting for second place in the championship, and Matt Backham. Josh Rogers, third row of the grid, along with Alejandro Sanchez. Running down your order, Kevin Ellis Jr. on row 4 with David Williams, who's fighting for that top 20, is Williams, along with Johan Hart on row number 5, Jamie Fluke on row number 6. Row 7 then, Østgaard and Talon. Sarika has been a steady away rookie. Zach Campbell down on row number 9. He'll be disappointed starting there, the rookie from this season. Ramstein, Setsource, Graham Carroll down there on row 12 for the Scot. He won't be a happy. Guard, Benneker down on row 14. And then those drivers who could not set a time, Job, Guvan, and then also Ricardo Castroledo, rounding out your 16 rows of the grid. 31 cars taking to the start of this event. And very briefly here, Connery, what we're thinking.
Well, I'm just thinking back to the All-Stars event where we had that very chaotic feature race. Of course, it's the sprint race of this one, but there are many, many, many more cars out there on circuit compared to the All-Stars event. Yes, they're a bit of a higher caliber in terms of drivers, but if there's one race of the season where we might see some spice, then it's going to be the start of this one.
Certainly could be. That run down to the Retafilio the first time can be a bit chaotic at times. It's also the run to the Della Roja that can really cause the chaos. We've seen that in previous seasons, but the drivers are looking towards Barney the flagman up on the flag stand for the start of the final sprint race in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup 2021. Away we go from the grid. A few cars not having the greatest of starts there. Down towards turn number 1 for the first time in this race. This pack of cars heading down there. Cold brakes, cold tyres. You've got to be careful into the first chicane at the Retafilio. Can we get everybody all through there clean and safe? And it appears so far so good as we're thundering round the Curva Grande here at turn number 3, heading towards that second chicane now. The Variante della Roja onto the brakes. Tight chicane here, second gear chicane. Use the curbs through there as well. So easy to snatch a brake and end up wiping somebody out. But we've got pretty clean action out there on track so far. This is good to see here. 2x2 through the Lesmos further back in your order. But this is a good start here, Matt.
Yeah, it really is. These guys are making sure they're getting through here. In Monza, I don't want to compare this to an oval, but Monza you're racing the other cars more than you are racing the track. And it's great to see these guys go 2x2 through some really tight chicanes.
Yeah, as we head on through to Ascari then for the first time. Bunch of red cars at the front of your field is Charlie Collins, Mitchell de Jong. As I said, he's fighting for second place in the championship as de Jong. So he wants to get that second place for him. Dane Warren third ahead of Matt Backham. Kevin Ellis Jr. fifth place with Joshua Rogers sixth place at the moment as they go through the Parabolica and end the first lap of the race here. And Connery, this is where we're going to start seeing that slipstream come into effect and maybe seeing drivers not wanting to be at the front of the field.
Yeah, we'll see how this gets sorted out at the very front. Looks like Mitchell's just going to press the nose of his Porsche right into the rear bumper of Charlie Collins here coming down the pit straight, so not wanting to even get himself the track position up into first. It will all be line astern, at least for the front 10 or so positions. They're scrapping further back, though. Talent and Sarika had a moment, and there's a lot of smoke there. In the Rettavilla, there's a car around. It's a Red Bull. It's Carroll, I think. Or is that Job?
It's Job. I think that's Job, that is. Yes, it is. He's dropped all the way down to the back of the field. Oh, my goodness, that's Zach Campbell going off at Curva Grande. That's an unusual place to go straight on like that. That's potentially some technical issues for Zach. Or maybe got helped off. We'll have to wait and see. So a couple of drivers then out of, well, one driver definitely out of the race and one has spun around. And Sebastian Job, he's fighting for second place in the championship against Mitchell de Jong here, Matt. He's in the worst place now. He had a grid penalty, now he's even further behind the pack.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, it looks like these guys are just running, you know, single file through here, so it's going to be tough if you're going to try to make a move. Sometimes you go for a move and you can lose a couple spots, so you really got to play it smart here.
Well, you got to get yourself a dancing partner, haven't you? You got to try and get a draft partner.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got to try to work together to get through the field the best you can with so much draft on this track.
Well, let's have a look at what happened to Sebastian Job here then, Connery. On the brakes, very ambitious on the brakes there, and wiped. So that's what happened to Zach Campbell then, Connery.
Oh, no. That's the only reaction I have to that. I'm sorry. We saw the same thing in the All-Stars event with Sanchez completely missing his braking point into the Della Roger, and, well, it looks like Job's done the same thing into Rettafilio. Meanwhile, scrapping at the very front, Dane Warren going to go for the race lead here, side by side with Charlie Collins through the first chicane. He'll now have to try and scrap with de Jong as well. So a little bit of swapping around, or at least attempted swapping around, right at the very front of your field. But yeah, Job's going to, you know, on that big crash, just going to feel bad about that one, of course, and it puts a huge damper on his hopes to secure P2 in the championship now. I think de Jong's going to walk it.
Yeah, it's not been the season to defend a championship, and it seems that this championship is so difficult to try and get the double in a row. But yeah, that's Job all the way to the back of your field. Well, we're on board with Kevin Ellis Jr. right now, sat behind Matt Backham, and so the Scotsman trying to work his way forward here on the Vodafone replay. And this right now, Matt, it's all about playing those mind games, isn't it? Just trying to plan your moves, because you're going to be difficult to. You don't want to be at the front of the queue effectively around here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Ellis, you know, maybe they're just looking to log some laps. If there's some issues up front, you got to be ready to take advantage of it. But right now, you don't want to force anything. But if something comes up, you got to be in the position to take advantage.
2.5 seconds cover the first 11 cars out there. You can see them all in the queue then out on track. It is Charlie Collins leading this one ahead of Dane Warren. Mitchell de Jong in third place ahead of Matt Backham. Kevin Ellis Jr. with Joshua Rogers in sixth. Jamie Fluke, the Northern Irishman, in seventh, right ahead of Thomas Tettler, the Finn, in eighth place. Johan Hart, ninth. Alejandro Sanchez and Jeremy Butler round out that top 11 as Collins and de Jong's actually moved up to second place. Here comes Rogers. We're on board with him right now, trying to make moves there on Ellis Jr. and it's working there because he's kept his nose alongside Connery.
Yeah, this is so important for Ellis Jr. in particular, because he's only a couple of points ahead of Dane Warren at the moment, and well, Dane Warren's a couple of positions ahead of him on the circuit right now, so this is potential sort of championship points implications right now for Kevin Ellis Jr. If he's finishing this far behind Warren, he might surrender that position in the championship to him by the end of this sprint race. But of course, everything can change in that feature event coming up in just a couple of moments here after this one. So I'm watching it ebb and flow, and I'll keep you up to date with how things stand between those two guys. Of course, both of them are actually gaining a huge amount of points right now over Sebastian Job, and they're not too far behind him in the championship either. So there might be a decent shuffle inside the top 5 in the point standings at the end of this one.
Yeah, we'll make sure we have a look at the live points in the feature race. In the sprint race, it's a bit too soon to be looking at those. So in the feature race, we'll be keeping an eye on those two championship battles, the battle for second place and also the battle to get into or stay in the top 20 of this championship. But we're halfway through the race then, and Collins still at the head of the field. I think De Jong is just sat there patiently waiting, but he's got to be careful because Dame Warren, he wants points as well. Points means prizes in this championship. They all want to work their way forward. Of course, the driver in the hot seat at the moment for the reverse grid is Thomas Tettler in 8th place. De Jong, he's just moved up to the head of your field, ahead of Charlie Collins. There they are, side by side into the Rettifilio. And that is Collins now, 2nd place. The youngster, he has been a really impressive talent here this season, and great to see him progress so well as a rookie. But going through Curva Grande, and well, back Dame Warren's almost bump drafting his compatriot as we're looking just that little bit further back. There's that battle for 8th place. There you see Jamie Fluke, who's got a green banner. He's trying to keep himself in the top 20. And you've also got Thomas Tettler behind him in 8th place. Johan Hart in 9th. Now Hart, he's also trying to get into the top 20 of the championship. So championship implications all the way through. It's certainly giving us some excitement out there, Matt. But these drivers, you can see them just so calm and relaxed. They almost look like they're out for a Sunday afternoon drive.
Yeah, they sure are. Look at Fluke, all the track maps that he's got on his wall. That's impressive. That's the biggest collection I've seen. But yeah, I tend to see this with the real fast drivers. They got low blood pressure, low heartbeat. They're just so calm. And to see these guys racing this close together, this fast, is just so impressive. Especially with this car, it's so easy to make mistakes in this car.
As you found out earlier in the broadcast. I didn't want to bring it up, but you put low-hanging fruit and all that. But as we're working our way around, Daniel Lafuente, then, he is currently down there in the order in 16th. He's got the drivers of David Williams, who's another one who's trying to get into that top 20, and Tommy Østgaard in front of him as well. So Lafuente and Williams out there on track together, and they're battling it out for those championship implications here, Connery. It's incredible the amount of pressure that these drivers must be feeling out there, and almost scared to make a mistake.
Look, I feel the pressure whenever I do an official race, let alone something like this. My word, it must be absolutely crazy out there for those guys that know if they don't get this right, if they don't get enough points to secure themselves inside the top 20 at the end of the day, they will have to go through that very long qualification process to get themselves a ticket back into this series, which is what none of these drivers want to do. They want to go off and focus on other things rather than re-qualification. They don't want to go through that entire process because there's no guarantee they'll be able to find their way back in, because we've had, even in this series, in this year right now, we've had these very, very fast rookies come up and through. The same might happen again into next year, and these drivers, these veteran drivers, just can't afford to let that happen.
Martin Kroenke, of course, multiple champion. He's currently in 17th place, and he's battling away with Daniel Lafuente. Lafuente is out of that top 20. Kroenke is in, coming into this round of the championship. But with 2 to go, as we're about to start the final lap here, Matt, this is where you need to start making those moves if you want the win.
Yeah, at this point, they try to do some homework throughout the race, see what the guy in front of them is doing, see if they can't pick up any type of advantage. And if you did see a hole, or you did see any type of way you can make a move, this is your shot. You gotta go for it, right?
Well, Dane Warren is going for it. He's gone to the front of the field, but there's plenty more slipstreaming opportunities out there on this track. So there's a good 3 opportunities, or even 4 opportunities to make the moves and make them stick towards the end of the race. So it's Dane Warren, the Australian, in first place at the moment. The young Brit, Charlie Collins, in second place, ahead of the American, Mitchell de Jong, in third place. Josh Rogers, the Australian, has moved up into fourth place, with Matt Backham fifth and Kevin Ellis Jr. in sixth place. As they go through the De La Roggia for the final time, no moves being made yet. You don't want to be making the moves into the Lesmos. It's trying to get the run out of the Lesmos here, Connery. A little slide from Dane Warren at the front.
Yeah, it's one of those slides that you can't really afford. Here's the Vodafone onboard with Kevin Ellis Jr. He's in 6th place at the moment. He needs all the points possible to make sure that Warren's kept at bay and to capitalize on Sebastian Jobe's problems earlier on in this race. Here comes the run. Then up in towards the Ascari chicane for the final time in this sprint race. No moves just yet here, Paul. It might have to be all down into the Parabolica.
Parabolica, or even the run out of the Parabolica onto the start and finish straight. But here we are. Charlie Collins, the youngster, is yet to win a race in this championship. Could this be his opportunity? His best result was a 2nd place at Spa. Get the run through the Parabolica. Dane Warren's parked the car on the apex. That's really good fighting there. Clean and hard racing. It's going to be Australian. Dane Warren is going to take victory here in the sprint race, and that is crucial for him in the championship. Dane Warren, winner in the sprint race of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup finale. My goodness, that was really good racing at the front of your field. The rest of the pack all together. And I can tell you that at the end of that race, 15.5 seconds covered 29 drivers out there. That is how close this championship is out on there. And well, we will be able to give you some race results very shortly indeed. And there you go. The Australian Dane Warren, 1st place ahead of Charlie Collins. Mitchell de Jong in 3rd place ahead of Josh Rogers, Matt Backham, Kevin Ellis Jr., Thomas Tetteler, and Johan Hart, crucially, getting that reverse grid pole position. Jamie Fluke in 9th ahead of Alejandro Sanchez, 10th. Rest of your finishers out there. Sarika 13th, Williams 14th. He'll be wanting a better result next time. Graham Carroll down in 18th place. He'll be disappointed with that. Ayrton Guven out there in Germany getting a solitary point in 20th place. And all the way down at the bottom of the field there, 29th for your 2020 champion, Sebastian Jobe. That is not how he wanted his race to go. Zach Campbell, the last driver on the results. And, well, let's head on over vote momentarily. Connery, you've got our race winner.
Yes, I am standing by with Dane Warren. Put your phone away. There's no time for social media right now, Dane. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, what an event for you. It seemed like a very cool and calm race for you. Of course, you had to pull off that slight defensive move coming into the Parabolica on the final lap. But you've been on the podium many times already this season. This is the first time you stand on the top step. How does it feel?
Yeah, I don't think I could be any happier at the moment. Coming to this round, I was happy to sort of just try and get a clean result, but to grab a win is just even better. And for a Coanda, I think it was top 5. Also, it's just
Yeah, you seem very, very strong here today, and that's really going to help you there at the very front of the field. But coming into this main race now, of course, you're on the worst end of the reverse grid. You get cycled back into that 8th spot. So, what can you do from there? Because now it possibly isn't going to be as easy for you as it was in that sprint race.
Probably not, but I mean, it's Monza. Anything can happen. As you probably saw during the race, the draft is worth like half a second or so down on the front straight alone. So I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's at the same time, I just want a clean result and get through it without any unnecessary incidents.
And before you go, Dane, I have Matt Malone here in the commentary booth as our guest commentator. He wants to ask you a question.
Hey, Dane, great win. What was your thinking there going the last corner Parabolica? As you're defending well and you just want to hold that inside, right? So you got to make them work it on the outside. Is that what you're thinking through there?
Well, as I mentioned, the draft is that strong that out of Ascari, even though it's quite a shortish straight, they'll gain 3 or 4 tenths on you. So I held the inside, sort of checked them up at the mid corner, just sort of avoid them trying the outside, and yeah.
So it looked like he was going for the over-under there, but you did great to defend that.
Yeah.
That was awesome, man.
Yeah, that's it. Stop up on the apex is a OPV8 move we learnt back in the day, so.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. That was Matt Malone. Of course, that was also Dane Warren as well. Dane, thank you very much for joining us after your sprint race win here today. And best of luck in the feature event as well, because you have quite a few cars to try and get through on to bag another race win here today.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, guys.
Well, there we go. That was Dane Warren, winner of the sprint race there, Paul. And again, I think his reaction's kind of muted because it's silly o'clock in the morning in Australia right now, and he probably can't be too outwardly happy. Otherwise, he'll wake up whoever he's living with.
It's the fact that he said he couldn't be happier, but he said it in such a monotone way. It was unbelievable. Yes, I can understand why, with it being early o'clock out there in Australia. But it was a tremendous drive from Dane to just work his way to the front of the field there, and people, Charlie Collins, he finished second place. He would have loved to finish up at the front. But make sure you stick around, because it's going to be the final feature race of the 2021 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup by iRacing right after this.
It doesn't matter where you're from, who you grew up rooting for, what you grew up watching, your home track, your favorite car, the series you've always wanted to race in. When you're ready to know what it's like, we're here, bringing you as close to the action as it gets with the ultimate sim racing experience. With a community of hundreds of thousands just like you. This is iRacing, and here, every day is race day.
Welcome back then to the season finale of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup here by iRacing. And well, let's take a look at this tremendous venue out here in the outskirts of Milan. It is such a high-speed track, and Matt, you were racing here earlier on around this circuit. How difficult is it to make those moves, and where are the key overtaking spots, would you think?
Well, yeah, it is a very fast track, a lot of draft. The thing about Monza is the chicanes and how much curb you can eat up going through there. Now, at a certain point, you take too much curb, and the service is going to give you a slowdown. So you really got to know how much curb you can get. You know, if the curbing is going to throw your car around so you lose your momentum or not. So usually you can take a lot of curb on the entry of a chicane and then maybe a little bit less on the exit. But yeah, definitely heading into turn one is a great way to get some slipstream, make a move to the inside. Another one is either going into Parabolica or coming out. It's very tough as you're coming out of Parabolica, especially with this car. You want to get on throttle, but if you get on too soon, you're going to be pushed out wide and the car's going to get a little slippery. The back end's going to want to step out on you. So yeah, I mean, otherwise, Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, it's if you get a really good run out of Lesmo 2, you can make a move. But it really comes down to the slipstream and how much curb you can take.
Well, let's take a look at the way that things stand at the moment here. And we're all looking at this top 20 here, and look at that for 20th place. Moreno Sarica is just in there by 2 points. I mean, Connery, this is incredibly close. Johan Hart isn't safe. Jeff Giassi either. There's plenty still to fight for.
Yep, there really is, and your Sindre Setsos there in 21st. You're just 2 points shy of the cut line, so gain a couple of points over Saricha here, then you're through. But how do you do that? How do you manufacture those sorts of opportunities for yourself? Same with David Williams and Salva Talons on the outside looking in there as well. Those are the three drivers I would say that are currently outside the points, but still have a very healthy possibility that they'll be able to find themselves inside the top 20 by the end of this event. So look at those drivers up just above the cut line, like Paul has just mentioned there with Saricha, Harper and Giassi. So those 6 drivers, I would say, are the ones to focus on coming into this one with regards to those automatic qualification spots coming into the 2022 season.
Matt Malone, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You're in this World Championship finale. You're in Sindre Setsos' position, 2 points out from automatic qualification. How do you attack this race? How do you go for it?
Man, you can't leave anything on the track. If you're whatever tips and tricks, whatever thing you've learned at this point, you have to utilize it. There's no more sitting on the sideline. This is your chance. This is your opportunity. I mean, win or go home. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. You don't want to at the end of this race regret that you didn't try something or you didn't go for it. And look, it could end in tears, of course, but you'd regret it if you didn't try it. I mean, this is your chance. You got to go for it.
Absolutely. But Connor, it's been a topsy-turvy season. We'll come down to this final season. It's been tremendous. I mean, highlight of this season for you very quickly.
Oh my words! Just the multiple pass that what Joshua Rogers was able to pull off there at the Nürburgring, just picking the right line straight through on the Dortmunder, and of course that was one of the nominations for the overtake of the season, wasn't it? So yeah, fantastic stuff there from Josh. Josh has been the class of the field here this year. Of course, last year, we always had challenges. We always had Beneke. We always had Job. Job ends up coming on top of everyone in that respect. But this year, it's just been the Joshua Rogers show, and no one else can do anything about it.
And Matt, final thoughts before the start of this race. What you thinking right now?
I'm thinking, where the heck's my popcorn? This is going to be a heck of a show. I'm ready for it. These guys, this is it, man. This is it.
Well, we've all been looking forward to this. This is going to be tremendous. Thank you very much for everyone joining us here on the broadcast. And let's give you then your grid for the final time here in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup in 2021. And it is Johan Hart, the Frenchman, on pole position. Right alongside him, the Finn, Thomas Tetteler, with Kevin Ellis Jr. and Matt Backham, row 2 and 3. Josh Rogers and Mitchell de Jong on row 3. Collins and Warren, your race 1 winner. Then Fluke, Sanchez, Bootloop and Talons on row 6. Saricha, Williams, Erstgaard, Lafuente, Krunke and Carroll. And then the rest of your grid coming through. Ayatren Guvan starting in 20th place. Max Beneke missing out on points in race 1. Sebastian Job all the way down towards the rear of the grid. And at the back, it is going to be the youngster, Zach Campbell. Well, it's the final time here for us, and what a season it has been. It's been absolutely tremendous to bring you all of this. But we are go in the season finale of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Good launch from Johan Hart at the front of your field. Rest of them going 2, 3 wide, even 4 wide towards the rear of the grid there on that tremendous shot of the grid going by. Into the first chicane, and that's Ellis Jr. around. Oh, the Scotsman will not be happy. There's also Ayatren Guvan has taken a tumble at the first chicane of the Rettifilio. Rest of your field working their way through turn number 1 for the first time. And Johan Hart is running away at the front. He needs to make the most of this opportunity starting at the front, because he can get himself some big points to move himself back into that top 20. Backham and de Jong up positions. Rogers is still in the same place there. Warren in 6th. Sanchez and Bootaloop, you could just see there going side by side into the Lesmos. And they're still together. But on the exit of the Lesmos here, you'll see drivers using and abusing that AstroTurf on the outside of the curb. And Maxim Reinstein then spinning off there. Not being the best of seasons for him. He's going to have to drop all the way down to the back of the grid there in that one. But tremendous close action on this opening lap. Not too many thrills and spills, but Connery, Kevin Ellis Jr. will be absolutely spitting feathers out there as Thomas Tetteler is dropping down the order.
Speaking of Tatteler, he had a poor start, which kind of caused that 3-wide moment in towards turn number 1 for P2 that caught Kevin Ellis Jr. out. Mac Backham was trying to leave space on the inside curb for Tatteler, but just kind of left too much space, and his path just took him directly into the side of Kevin Ellis Jr. So that's what happened there down in towards turn number 1. We're coming towards the end of the first lap now. Hart still leads, then Backham, then De Jong with Rogers and Warren in line there. But a lot of those drivers that benefited off of the reverse grid here, they have kind of been cycled back through the order already. And you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, Johan Hart, if he wins this race, he will be secure inside that top 20. And even if he finishes maybe P2 and P3, we'll have to do the mathematics. But if he finishes as it is right now, Johan Hart is qualified into the 2022 season.
Well, it's a 14-lap race, so double the length of time for these drivers, so plenty can happen in this one. Hart is not one to be unsuspecting there up at the front of your field. David Williams, big accident in the background of that shot there, by the way. That was further down your order. There's a car upside down, and it's your defending champion, Sebastian Job. It goes from bad to worse for him. He will be absolutely gutted there, Matt.
Yeah, there's a Red Bull upside down spilling Red Bull all over the track, so they better get that cleaned up. That is not good. And some of these guys, this is what it is. It's all or nothing, right? And we're going to see some gaps form out here, but with the slipstream and the draft, you're going to see some of these gaps close in, and we're going to get a replay of that coming up here.
Yeah, so we'll have a look then here on the replay, Connery, and this is what happens when you're in that back group there. It all checks up, and all of a sudden, nowhere to go, and there's a car gets backed into him. That was the 33 of Castrolado, and that just sends him over.
I think it might have been Mikael Gard that was the one further down the line there that Sebastian Job got caught up with. That just sometimes happens there. Just front to rear contacts, just everyone closing up together, not a lot of space to work with, and someone's going to come off of that the worst. Look at this, the battle for the race lead. Hart's going to have to try and defend this one from the driver of Mac Backham as Backham tries to get himself onto the top step for the podium, but he doesn't get a good run out of the final first chicane at all. Hart's back to the race lead.
Is it return of the Mac? We'll have to wait and see as he comes along. He's trying to use that slipstream. He's going to look to the right. He's backing out of that one. He's not making any moves into the De La Roja. But Johan Hart, you're quite right. He has to be careful. He can't afford to lose too many positions if he does lose that lead. But because he's only got, a 13-point gap inside the top 20 currently with those live standings. Sanchez, I've noticed on the timing tower on the left-hand side, dropping down a position behind countryman Salva Talons. So Sarika and Talons, they're drivers who are trying to get into that top 20. It's all happening here, Matt. This is tremendous action all the way through the grid.
Yeah, you got multiple battles going on in multiple sections of the track, and if you're battling up front and you see a battle up front and you're 6th, 7th, 12th place, go for a pass. Get into a battle, because if everyone's getting slowed up in front of you, you'll have time to catch up if you get a pass done.
Well, down to the Parabolica again. It's only lap 3. Plenty of time for these drivers to sort themselves out. Now, Hart, the Frenchman, he has got to be wary of those cars behind him, because Backham, De Jong, Rogers, Warren wants a double victory here today. Charlie Collins would love to get himself his first win. Looking further down as well, because Martin Krunker is in 16th place at the moment, car number 5. He's 17th in the live points. He's currently in. He's still not safe though, so he wants to just try and not lose as many positions as possible. And right as I say that, Jeff Giassi is putting him under pressure here, Connery.
Yeah, fantastic action deeper in the pack. The pass has happened for the race lead, so Backham's back up to is now up into P1, pulling half a second gap over Hart. But this, the battle further back here is still very important, though, because these are still battles that might decide who gets to the automatic qualification spots for the next season. So Saricha, the number 69 car, is involved in this one. He's on the bubble right now. If he loses 7 points, like you can see on the right-hand side, 7 points to set source, then he will fall out of the top 20. So he is really fighting and defending for his life because he can't afford to lose any more positions.
Well, we're back to the front of the field, and it's the man with the insurmountable lead in 4th place at the moment in terms of the point standings. But Backham to the front of the field. As Connery mentioned then, Hart coming under pressure from De Jong. De Jong would like to get a win to finish off his season here to secure 2nd place in the best possible way. Rogers, well, he's just a fan of winning all the time. He never look the gift horse in the mouth, that's for sure. He'll certainly take advantage of any errors or any issues that happen to those cars in front. So through the Parabolica, lap number 4. Laps are just slowly ticking away here in this championship. And well, those drivers acting like a snake. You can see that is first all the way down to 21st in one long line here, Matt. That shows how close these drivers are out there.
Yeah, can you imagine being in the lead for this and looking in your mirror? I wonder if he chose to increase his virtual mirror, because if you're in the lead of this train, I mean, I don't know how he can be so composed and get through some of these corners, because when you see 12, 15, 20 cars behind you and you know you're setting pace, that is outstanding.
Well, on to the brakes, and it is De Jong to the head of your field, then Backham 2nd place, and Rogers to 3rd place now. So Johan Hart is fighting back here with Rogers, Frenchman versus Australian, side by side through the first of the Lesmos, onto the brakes for the second of the Lesmos, and Hart back to 3rd place. That's crucial for him. He needs to keep there, Connery, but Rogers is fighting back.
Yeah, Rogers doesn't care what Johan Haar's situation is in the championship right now. Rogers will do what Rogers does, and he wants to get himself ahead here on the way up in towards the Ascari chicane, and Hart just has to fall back in behind. Our points on the right-hand side will be updated every time they cross the line. So they haven't been updated just yet with those positions that Johan Hart had just lost. And there we go. If he finishes 4th, with Setsource finishing where he is right now in 17th, that will mean Hart is not qualified at the moment here in P4.
He needs to get the hammer down. He needs to move forward. But those 3 at the front, they have so much pace. They've shown it week after week. It's going to be a tall order for Johan. And missing last time out has cost him big time here in the championship. And having to qualify again is so difficult, so competitive. Hart going defensive on Backham. He feels under pressure from Backham. To the outside goes Mack. And he's trying to get the inside for the second part of the Rettifilia. Oh, little squeeze there. Hart onto the gravel. That compromises his exit. And here now comes Charlie Collins. Oh, we've got a car off. That's car 31. That's David Williams. That's one driver trying to get into the top 20 here, Matt. That's an absolute disaster for him.
Oh, yeah, and he's able to get back on track, and we'll see if he's got any damage. It doesn't look like he's got any damage. He might have just spun. We might take a look at a replay or something, but yeah, that is unfortunate at this stage of the series.
Well, you can see when we last had the points update, he's in the bottom of those standings in 24th. So it is updating live now, and you can see that Setsource 5 points clear of Johan Hart in that 20th place. So Sindre is doing everything he can to get himself qualified automatically. It's so desperate, but Moreno Sarica, he cannot afford to relax. He's in 10th place at the moment. He's got to keep pushing on as well. He can't really afford to lose many positions here, Matt Connery.
Yeah. It's just a simple case. If you're in and around the top 20 in points, you gotta go forward. You can't be sliding further back through the order and gifting points to your competitors. There's the battle for 10th on circuit between Saricha, La Fuente, Sanchez, and Carroll, but of course the order of those might matter a whole bunch when it comes to the automatic qualification spots for next season. We're getting towards, but not quite, but we're getting towards the halfway point of this race now, and still everything to play for. when it comes to those top 20 in points. Look at this side-by-side between Sanchez and Sarita then down in towards the chicane, and that is Sanchez cleanly through. A bit of a flash of the lights from behind just showed distaste, but yeah, at least we aren't getting constant flashing of the lights like we did a couple of races ago.
That was La Fuente, by the way, that Sanchez got past there. Sarika's still in 10th place, so still keeping those points that he needs, but he's got to be careful now because Sanchez, we know that he's a quick driver. He can work his way through and get towards the front. We've still got the top 14 or so together in a queue. Then there's a little bit of a gap between Krunker and Setsos. And Martin Krunker, after the season that he's had, to be battling, well, to keep in that top 20 has certainly been a good effort because he's not had the best of times out there. We're heading down the straight towards the Ascara chicane again. Things have settled down now again, Matt. I think, is this a case of drivers just trying to get themselves in a good position to then launch an attack towards the end?
Yeah, we had some side-by-side, and then we started to form a gap after third place. There was formed a gap, and then now, as you see, they're just trying to close that gap, and that gap's getting smaller and smaller. And with more slipstream, they're just building up to start some more battles here soon.
It's that real thinking drivers battling out there. You don't want to fight tooth and nail, or else you'll slow down each other and give other people a potential chance of moving forward. So they find themselves in that snake. There you see that battle for 9th as well. Salva Talons on the back of Jeremy Bootsloop's car. And Moreno Sarika is about half a second behind Talons. He's got to try and move forward. Speaking of moving forward, that's your 2019 champion, Joshua Rogers, to the front of the field here, Connery.
Yeah, and you can see Hart is just fighting for his life here, and this is fighting for his championship life at this moment in time. Otherwise, he's going to have to re-qualify. So, door-to-door it is then, with Dane Warren, your sprint race winner, through Curva Grande now. What's the difference on the brakes coming in towards the De La Roja? Not all that much. Hart's trying to swing his way around the outside, gets the inside from second apex, and he keeps himself ahead. He's in P4 now. We'll see the point swing. It's still not enough, though, to get into the top 20. He's still 3 points behind Sarika at the moment.
Well, now that's the crucial thing, because it's actually Sarika now who finds himself in that position, because Alejandro Sanchez has moved up to 10th place. There's Johan Hart and his view, a little bit of a compromised exit through Lesmo 2, but instead of being Sendra Setsos, it's now Moreno Sarika who's in that position on the bubble there. So Johan is still not out of this one yet. If Sarika drops down a position or two more, then Johan could find himself in that position, but he needs to stay there up at the front of the field. This is tremendous stuff. 7 laps to go in this race, so the season is running out here. Now Moreno Sarika, he's got a compatriot from the same outfit behind him. He can do a little bit of rear gunner, although Daniel Lafuente in that car 312 is also fighting to try and get into the top 20, so there's almost a little bit of selfishness comes into this one, Matt.
Yeah, it seems like there's like 3, 4, 5, 6 different races going on with these, and these guys I'm sure know exactly where they need to finish. You know, they're probably doing the quick math on the fly on who they need to pass, where they need to finish to be able to get into it. So, yeah, this is pretty amazing that you got multiple races going on at once.
Sarika then we're on board with. You can see him is relatively calm though. You can see that from his expression. No real anguish or pain or tightness. He's not tight, he's still quite calm, because if you get really tense and tight, you make mistakes in these cars. And Graham Carroll trying to make moves on Daniel Lafuente behind into the Retifilia, running wide into the gravel, and that's allowed Martin Krunker then to move up ahead of Graham. 2 old rivals, these two race each other many a time, of Carroll and Krunker. So Martin finds himself extra position gained and extra points in keeping himself safe in this championship. Connery, this is it's heating up at the front of the field as well, because De Jong did make it to the front of the peloton here, but still time remaining here. There's still opportunities to be to gain those positions that you need.
I get a little bit scared for Johan at the moment, even though he hasn't dropped off the slipstream of Mac Backham and the leading trio, but it's still looking like a healthy gap. It's still 0.8 of a second, and Dane Warren is not giving him a lot of room to breathe either. So the ball's definitely in Johan's court here. He just needs that one pass. If nothing happens further back with Setsos and Sricha and Lafuente, he's going to have to be the one to get himself up into that final step of the podium to get himself qualified. So, that's the storyline that we're going with here. We're riding on board with Lafuente back in the pack, which might influence the points order at the end of the day as well. So a lot of things to look forward to here in the final couple of laps of the entire season, Paul.
If Lafuente makes one little mistake, makes one
Krunke.
little error, as Krunke, has dropped down the order. He's taken the shortcut across the chicane. Oh, that drops him down. I think he should be okay, but that's going to move other people forward in that top 20. So he's gone down to 18th from 16th in those live championship points, as he is dropping down another place to Max Benneker now. So one little scenario that could happen here, Matt, is Daniel Lafuente. He is a teammate of the driver of the 69, Morena Sarica. He's right behind him. If he makes lots of break or something into one of these chicanes, he could end up costing his teammate an automatic qualification spot.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you just really got to be on your game, and if you got some, deep breaths from Hearth, and if you got some, if you can try to work together with the draft here, that can help. And, 5 to go here. You got some time to work with here.
Yeah, down to the Parabolica then. Hart, they've not been able to break away at the front. That's the crucial thing here for Johan. He's still in a position to be able to move forward in this one. So this is where all of the action is. It's this battle for the car number 90, Johan Hart, and also the car 69, Morena Sarica. Those are the two key people that we're looking at, although, don't forget, Sindra Setsos, one little error, one little mistake. If he drops down, then he could be out of it. So we're keeping an eye on multiple cars here at the front of your field. There's Hart to the inside, compromised through the first chicane at Loretta Filio, but manages to slot himself back in behind Backham in 4th place. So Hart is pushing on. He's trying to move forward here, Connery. He's looking keen. He wants to start making those moves forward.
He's flashing the lights as well. He's using every single tool in the toolbox to try and do something about Backham ahead of him right now. They launch up over those curbs of the De La Rocha chicane. Sanchez is dropping down the order. That's going to be more points in the favor of Setsos and Lafuente. Sanchez is now peached out on the curb somewhere there further back through the order. You can see how that's affected the points now. Now Johan 7 points behind Sarica, maybe even now. Oh, now it's refreshed again. We're going to have to break the calculators out, boys, because we're going to have to work this one out.
Yeah, Bootsloop and Sarica were battling it out, I could tell you. You could see it on your timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen. So you can see how those battles are going on, and we're still side by side into the Ascara chicane. Now business is picking up. This is where things are heating up, and Bootsloop ahead of Sarica. Sarica's going to be compromised with that line through there, and he's got a gaggle of cars behind him now. He is in a really dangerous position for his championship. He's moved forward. Bootsloop. Oh, and here comes Lafuente to the inside, 3 wide into the Parabolica. Come on, lads. I know it's the final round of the championship and you don't need to worry about the motor, but that's getting a bit too exciting here, Matt, but it's brilliant to watch.
Yes, it is. I'm excited. I want 4 wide action here. This is race for to try to get in qualification. Look at them. Highly defending into turn 1 here. They're jockeying for position. Oh, I don't know who's going to be braver on the brakes here.
Oh, Sarica! Sarica's gone straight on. That is huge for the top 20 there. And it was potentially I think it might have been Setsource that got into the back of him. He's got to serve a slowdown penalty here. iRacing, it gives you a time penalty that you have to serve if you cut the course. That's what Sarika is having to do right now. And all of a sudden, with those drivers moving past, Johan Hart at the moment, well, we'll find out in a second, is currently 1 point in the top 20. This one is not over. This is going to the end of the race here, Connery.
Yeah, and now, you know, does Sarika have a little bit of damage? Because I don't think he hit anything on the way through. I think it was just a catastrophic miscalculation on the brakes coming down into the chicane. And you can see how desperate he is now. Here's the replay with that four-wide moment coming down in towards the chicane there. Not a lot of room to maneuver. Actually, he was tagged from behind there by one of the core cars. He has to take the shortcut and the massive slowdown penalty. Johan Hart is 3 points safe now, but safe is certainly not the word to use with 3 laps to go.
That core car, by the way, was Setsource, who is currently 19th in the championship. So that is really, it's going to be a key moment in this one. And if Sarika ends up losing out because of that incident, that will go on until the stewards have a look at it and make a decision on it all. As we head on towards the end of the race, then we're going to have 2 laps to go in this one, and still at the front of the field, they're swapping positions. Johan Hart currently safe, but he wants to move forward. He wants to guarantee his place. He doesn't want to leave it to chance of any other. Sarika, 14th place. You can see he's battling away. Hart is battling away as well. He's dropped down to 5th. We're tied. We are tied here for the top 20. My goodness, you cannot get any closer than that, Matt.
As soon as you think it's settled, they do a quarter of a lap and it completely changes. This is crazy.
Absolutely sensational stuff. They're still carrying on through the chicane there. So Hart is in 5th place. He needs to move forward. He needs to gain a position in all of this. Things are starting to descend to chaos, I feel, out there. Sarika on the bottom of your screen, he's challenging Graham Carroll as well. So there we are. Look at this now. So we've got De Jong, Rogers, Backham and Warren, they're the front 4. Johan Hart is in 5th place. He needs to move forward at least into 4th to get himself back into that top 20. Moreno Sarika, you can see on the bottom of your screen here, he's currently behind Graham Carroll. Again, moving forward positions here for him will get him into that top 20, Connery. This is going to be a sensational final lap.
Yeah, this is hard, because the reason why Sarika's ahead when they're level right now is that he has a 4th place and Johan Hart does not over the course of this season. And on countback, it really favors Sarika when the points are level. So Hart really needs this next position. He needs to get himself up into 4th place to be able to secure his slot in the championship for next season. It's the final lap here, Paul, and it's all or nothing.
Here we go. Moreno Sarika, drive-through penalty. That is it for Sarika. He will not qualify automatically for the final round of the championship. We've got Dane Warren around at the first chicane. It's all kicking off here. Jamie Fluke down to 7th place out of all of this. Johan Hart, though, crucially, up into 3rd place here in this one. This is guaranteeing him the 04 car. Salva Talons finds himself in 4th place here. He's challenging Johan Hart for that final qualification position. My goodness, this is a sensational end to the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. You always know you're going to get brilliant action each and every Saturday we bring you this racing, and my goodness, this finale is not leaving anything on the line here. But look at this, down the straight you've got Salva Talons, 4th place. He's leading a battle of Charlie Collins, Matt Backham, Jamie Fluke as well. And in fact, Backham has moved to the back of that queue then, so Talons is saving this one. But this is the final lap of your season, and currently in the lead of this race, and he doesn't want to give it up, is Joshua Rogers, the Australian, racing out of Germany into the final corner. Talons as well. He's not making any moves there. Meanwhile, front of your grid, and it's Josh Rogers, the Australian. He had an unsurmountable lead coming into this round. Look at how happy he is, because he will be a champion once again. Look at the emotion comes across his face. 2021 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup will go to Joshua Rogers. Sensational stuff at the end there. Salva Tollins was able to get 4th. Johan Hart keeps 3rd place. Of course, all of your results in this race are provisional. There will be stewards look at this one after the event, but you've got to remember that it is provisional. But it's heartbreak for Moreno Sarica getting himself a penalty at the end there. Absolutely brilliant stuff out on track once again. My goodness, we have to take a breath after that one, because that was action aplenty, those final 3 laps of the race. Sensational stuff. And, well, Connery, where do we start with that one? That was brilliant.
Basically, I had to mute myself in the TeamSpeak there at the very end, because otherwise I would be shouting all over your last lap call. So yeah, my words. If you wanted an example of the sort of racing that we have here in the series, I think that's possibly the best bet. The drama, we had basically all that the series stands for injected into us within a couple of minutes at that point, which is absolutely crazy. My word, we get the unofficial race results here up for you in a couple of seconds, but I gotta say, what a champion's drive it was for Josh Rogers. We didn't get to see much of him because the storylines were elsewhere, but he's come away with it again, hasn't he?
And well, Matt, what a first time in the championship to come into commentary, and you get the dramatic ending like that, and we'll get a look at the point standings as well.
Yeah, I think I got my money's worth. I want to know what happened to Sarica.
Well, we'll have to find out later on, but look at that. Salva Talons gets himself in. Sindre Setsos is out by 5 points provisionally. Of course, we have to say provisionally, because the results will be reviewed by the race stewards later on this week. So make sure you check out iRacing.com for all the information about the championship here. But this is provisionally how we see it. Johan Hart, Salva Talons in that top 20. And, well, one driver who's every right to be celebrated, Josh Rogers, doing the donuts down the start and finish straight there, Connery. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant this season.
Joshua Rogers, he had a poor year in 2020. He had a year where things just wasn't going his way, and it wasn't due to a lack of pace. It was just getting caught up into incidents here and there that weren't his fault with his competitors that were much closer to him in that year. This time, he's sorted out those issues. He's kept himself out of trouble, and that's one of the most important things that you can do in a championship fight, is keep yourself out of trouble. How many times have we seen Sebastian Joe push the limits and get bitten in the butt? Many times. I mean, we saw it both races this time around. Rogers had no such problems, as we see the replay of Hart.
Yeah, so this is the start of the last lap then. He's got Matt Backham in front of him here. Now, we saw Backham facing the wrong way at the chicane. And is there a little bit of well, it was Warren that was the wrong way around there. Again, this is the reason why we say that these results are provisional in this series, because that was... you're always going to get a concertina effect there into turn one. It's the nature of the turn there. And Matt, I mean...
He had a lane on his left. I'm wondering why he didn't go to the left there. Yeah, you're on the outside for the initial part of the chicane, but if you can hold that, then you got positioning for exit. That's. I mean, I'm not one to judge. I mean, these guys are pros, but I mean, I'm just saying, just looking at it, that's what I think. But yeah, and when you're on the brakes with these cars, there's such a fine line between lockup and having issues. So.
Well, here's another look. Here's another look at it. Then he's tried to get the cut back to the inside as Hart. Under braking, and it's just caught them all out there. As I say, the concertina effect happening into that turn number one at the Rettifilio. But, well, final thoughts then, Connery, not just of today, but the season. This has been tremendous, and this has topped it all off.
Yeah, I mean, I have no words to describe that sort of racing. Of course, we would hope, at the start of the season that at this point we'd be still talking about the championship lead. But of course, Joshua Rogers kind of spoiled that for us, unfortunately. Fortunately for him, though, but we still got an absolutely brilliant bit of drama towards the end there with Hart, with Saricha, with La Fuente, with Set Source, all just vying for that those final few qualification spots. Of course, these are our final thoughts. We'll be heading back to the studio in just a little bit with Matt and the post-race interviews. But for me, I don't think there was a better way to really cap off the season than that.
And Matt, your first time in the commentary booth here, how did you find it?
Yeah, hey, thank you guys so much for having me. What a way to experience a race with you guys. Thank you so much. That was... Well, it was kind of everything I dreamed it would be. I mean, it's basically like a manly soap opera played out right in front of us, and we get to talk about it.
Well, I've heard it described many ways, but manly soap opera isn't one of those that I've heard before. But it's been absolutely tremendous to bring this season. But don't go anywhere, because we have got the post-race interviews. And of course, if you did enjoy everything you did and see here, and why wouldn't you? Get yourselves over to iRacing.com, where you can sign up to start your iRacing career, because every day is race day here on iRacing.com. And maybe you'll even see myself and Matt Malone out there on track. Just try to avoid us, will you? But until next year for this championship, what a tremendous season it has been. And well, it's a pleasure to hand it back to my commentary buddy for the season, Matt, out in Germany.
Thank you, Paul. It was a bit unnerving, I think, to hear you keep throwing to Matt, and I kept perking up as if I had to commentate. But shout out to Matt Malone, who stepped in and did a great job, and Connery Maddock, who's always outstanding. It's great to work with you guys all year. Great season, and Connery, I think, put it mildly with that race when he said a bit of drama at the end. That is a ton of drama. Poor Marino Sarica was 20th coming into this race with a small margin to re-qualify for next season. He gets tapped by Sindra Setsauce, gets a slowdown penalty, and then gets forced to serve a drive-through penalty as a result of it. And when you consider the implications of that, even if Setsauce gets penalized, it doesn't do much for Marino at this point. It's going to be something that we have to review. Josh Rogers, provisional champion. We knew that coming into this, but did it in style to take the win. We've got to touch on that a little bit as well, because I say provisionally. Now, the reason for this is all season long, as we saw, there was qualifying bans today. Sanchez, by the way, disputed his, and that's why he was allowed to qualify. So my mistake at the start of the show, I didn't realize that he had actually appealed it. But all season long, penalties would move forward. They accumulated a number of penalty points, but for this final race, the penalties, because it's the end of the season, actually mean points deductions in the finale. That means Sebastian Job went from fighting for potentially second place in the championship to causing an incident. I have to say, from my opinion and how I saw it, his mistake, causing an incident in the sprint race and 2 poor results. He might be finding himself outside the top 5 at the end of this. So Tuesday is when the official announcement from Porsche will come out as to the results. They'll put that all in the Porsche portal. Keep it locked on social media. I'll update mine. Porsche will update theirs. But it's going to be a ton of drama, and there's going to be a lot to talk about for the stewards after this race. What a battle. I love the way that they highlighted the green names for top 20. That was cool to watch, because that's more than just who won the race. That was a dynamic of tracking who was everywhere, and good job to the commentators for covering that, because that's difficult. I think we're going to jump into interviews, though, because we've got to chat with some of these guys who raced today. Again, Josh Rogers won it. Speak to him in a minute. I think Johan Hart's going to jump in with us, because that was his best result of the season at this point in time. And what a job for him to pull that out when he needed it, when he had to get inside the top 20, when he had to requalify. I was super, super impressed by that. So he should be jumping in with us in just a second, I think. There we go. There he is. Can you hear me now, Johan?
Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, well, that was your best race of the year, undoubtedly. Monza's always a knife edge, because you were up and down with the draft. And for you, it was crucial, because it wasn't just a top 8 finish. It was every position you needed to requalify for next year. And at some points you were out, and at some points you were in. You get your best race of the season, and you made it over that line to for next season. That must have been pretty stressful, I think.
Yeah, super stressful, especially when you're fighting with 6 or 7 guys from the same team. You cannot really go anywhere. You've seen it at the start of the race. I was leading, and in the space of one lap, I was P4, P5. So yeah, that was super stressful.
How do you manage that? Because we know the draft is a thing, so you always have a chance, but there's so many guys behind you as well.
Well, never really got to experience it up front, so I was sort of improvised. I had updates every lap at the line telling me if I was in or if I wasn't, so yeah, I just knew if I had to go for a move or not.
Smart. So
Yeah,
they were tracking it the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of stress off your shoulders for, obviously, you get more time off. You don't have to go into the second part of the qualifications again for next season. How would you rate your season overall? Because I'll be honest, I didn't think you'd be in this position this late.
Well,
which I mean that complimentary, not just to be clear.
I should be in, so I'll give it a 5. But yeah, that was not really what I was expecting, especially after the end of the season I had last year. I was really strong the last 4 or 5 rounds, and I expected a bit more, be fighting maybe for a top 10 overall. But yeah, that was a bit sketchy.
I think that probably sums up the season for a lot of people, but that's how competitive this series is. So now you get the time off between now and the next season when we announce when that's going to be, but that must feel pretty good. Congratulations on a good race today. Final thoughts on the season for you?
Well, obviously, thanks to Porsche for everything. They've done a really good job this year again, and I'm looking forward to next year.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, that must feel good. I can't stress that enough, how much pressure would be on someone's shoulders at that point in time to be in a position to try and make it into the top 20. And then Heuer obviously was successful in doing so. So definitely, like we say, there's just so much more that we can look forward to in the next season. I think we're going to move forward here in just a second, talk with a few other drivers. As we said, we'll obviously want to chat with Josh Rogers at some point here because it's going to be super important to get his final words on the season. But I think we're just waiting to see if we can get back in through. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty insane that there's going to be so many other penalties. I think the other one for me this year, the other aspect you have to touch on is, I would have expected to be talking to a Red Bull driver at this point, whether it was Sebastian Job, who's had such a great season, or Graham Carroll, who won both races at this track last year at Monza and was really nowhere today, I have to say. And I say that to him out of admiration. Graham and I are obviously friends. So sorry, Graham, I'm going to throw you under the bus every now and then. But yeah, they just didn't really have the season they wanted. And we got our first I shouldn't say back-to-back, but our first double champion in Josh Rogers, but Sebastian comes nowhere in defending his in the end, and despite being a protagonist throughout, that was a bit surprising. And then there's other guys all the way through the field that I think were super impressive. Charlie Collins, Zach Campbell as well as a rookie, and I think the biggest thing you have to look at is other guys that returned and continued to improve. The end of last season, the guy we're about to talk to, was one of those drivers who in the last 4 races accumulated more points than the rest of his season combined and carried that form into this year. Of course, none other than Mitchell de Jong, who should, again, I have to stress provisionally, have second place in the championship, which means 2 guys in the same room on their sim rigs basically just went back-to-back in this championship. And Mitchell's been doing the Coke Series on iRacing as well. He's been doing so much more than just the Porsche Series, but hugely impressive. And I think he's going to be joining us in just a second to talk more about that, because the form is ridiculous. It was the closest seasons in terms of conjunction with one another, short off season, and an update before the season on the car that was significant. We mentioned earlier with Aichin as well how much that we change in the car. iRacing updates things, tire models, just as in real life. He said he has to get used to new tires each season. Mitchell did that flawlessly. So yeah, whenever he jumps in here, whenever we got connection, I'd love to talk to him about that. So because, I mean, again, I can't stress this. It's so impressive that he's been, well, there he is. There's Mitch. I was filling. I was letting you in. I thought maybe you were like doing push-ups, getting all that sweat out behind you, that famous purple floor that we know. But yeah, great job today because you achieved what you needed to.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, man. This race was a really pressure-filled race for me because, we had a bad round last time out with the incident of the final lap. So it kind of put us in a really tight situation with Sebastian for the points. So had a little bit of a lead, but I knew that I just had to go and just try to outperform. And man, honestly, this is such an awesome event. A pair of thirds and then the second to cap it off, and being able to battle with Josh for the win, it was just incredible. So
oh, we got it finally! We finally got it. Oh, I'm so glad I was able to see it. Yo, tell Josh he's my hero for that.
Will do. But yeah, no, just a huge relief that it just kind of worked out this way. Had a really fun race. I feel really bad that Dane and Mac had a rough final few laps because you know, they were due for a really good performance and they were gonna get one, but just a really unfortunate situation happened. But man, I just, if I go back and think about how last year went with you know, trying to qualify for NASCAR and just struggling so bad, getting used to the car, and then, you know, to be fighting, you know, for the championship, having a win, and then finishing it at V2 in the championship. Just, I still can't believe it. It just, I'm in awe.
Yeah, I mean, speaks to your versatility. Obviously, I met you last year at WFG. I guess it's been almost 2 years ago now with COVID. Time kind of evaporated on us. But you have a rallycross background. As you said, qualified for the Coke NASCAR Series. Pesk, you've been a star of this series, a standout for me. You know, how much does it help to have someone like Coanda? I talked to Aitchen about this earlier as well, you know, obligating real life with virtual and having that to back up on. But you've got so much knowledge across all the sim titles now, and obviously it must help having guys like Josh in the room with you.
Absolutely, it's incredible. And not just Josh, but everyone in the room, everyone in the team that's not even in the house. It's we say it a lot, but like, I can't stress it enough how good the atmosphere is in this team. You know, everyone just has the right mindset. Everyone is really like willing to put in the work no matter what. You know, something's a little difficult during the week, but you know, you just push through it and you try to get the most out of it, because collectively we all want to do well as a group. And you know, there's not a single moment when we're driving that we are not pushing each other. And I think that just helps immensely.
Who's the worst roommate?
I think we all have our own quirks.
Okay, come on, throw someone under the bus. Aitchen's right here. Like, you can throw him under the bus and he can't do anything about it.
You know, we're all just unique in our own ways. So, you know, we're still living together, so you can't throw anyone under the bus still.
What a PR guy. Can't throw it. Come on. Didn't even throw me a bone, Mitch. Hey, good job. Congratulations on second. That wasn't easy. I mean, Sebastian didn't have the best day, but you still had to perform and you nailed it.
I appreciate it, man. Great to talk to you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck in Coke Series as well, because that's ongoing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, there you go. Mitchell DeYoung, I have to say, it stand out for me this season. He did have a good season in 2019, fell off a little bit last year, as he said, trying to qualify with other stuff, but I think this year he's been so consistent. At one point was leading the championship. Kevin Ellis Jr. had a great start, kind of fell off, but Mitchell DeYoung held it all the way through, and we only had 5 different winners in races this year. In fact, today we got our 5th with Dane Warren. He's only the 5th to win a race, which is insane to me because there's so much talent. I think there's 15 drivers that are more than capable of winning in this series, but the top guys are just so good week in and week out. So for Mitch to be one of those guys is super, super impressive. But we've got to talk to the man who was the most impressive this season very, very shortly. The man who's probably just doing cartwheels. We saw him in the background. Josh Rogers, I think you're here. First ever double champion of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, man.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to finally be able to officially say that. Yeah, look, honestly, it's been a whirlwind of a season, I think, to say the least. This year, or at least, you know, going off last year, you know, I came to this one trying to change as much as I could, you know, work on my flaws and what ultimately lost us the championship last year. And yeah, I think it's safe to say that we managed to do that. I think, though, all things considered,
I saw that coming before you did. That was awesome.
All things considered, though, you know, massive thank you just to everyone in the team. You know, all my teammates, whether it's management, you know, all my family as well. You know, they've been such a massive part of why we've been able to turn around for this year you know, after what happened last year. So yeah, you know, just a massive thank you to everyone there. It's honestly, it's a huge team effort. I think even though it's a drivers championship, at the end of the day, you know, we all still work together collectively is an incredibly fantastic team. You know, we're all pushing each other. We're all comparing to each other day in, day out. We're picking each other up when we're down and having a laugh along the way too. So it's it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, it's impressive as well as my earpiece falls out. I'll try and get that back in with my incredibly good arm that I have here. But it's been impressive to me as well how well you guys have done in things like Daytona as a team, taking on other tasks. But I mean, this is, technically speaking, we were talking about this earlier, Josh, this is a world championship. So you are now an iRacing world champion for the second time.
Yeah, I guess if we count team events, third time. But no, yeah, there's so many times where I kind of just have to constantly pinch myself. I never really fully feel what's going on. I'll be honest, I'm so confused with what's going on around me.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'm staring at me.
It's fine. It's fine. You can deal with them. I'm sure there's some champagne somewhere for you guys. By the way, we had a pole position award this year. The Tag Heuer pole position smartwatch. This thing's beautiful. This is actually going to go to you, so you're welcome. I put it on my good arm and didn't stretch it for you. I wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be ruined because you had the most pole positions this season as well, which is another huge achievement.
Yeah, unfortunately today quali didn't go quite so well. I don't know. Maybe someone pulled my brake pedal or something. I'm not sure. No, I'm kidding. But
yeah,
no, I got off track and made my mistake. But no, yeah, it's I think definitely the first half of the season quali wasn't necessarily as strong as what we would have hoped. So I kind of definitely tried to work a lot more towards that for the second half of the season. And I think something too with the format this year, it certainly advantaged qualifying a lot more. So when I needed to be stronger, we weren't quite there in the early part of the season. So again, it's everyone in the team for helping us through that. And yeah, I guess it's time to celebrate now. But today's race was awesome. The draft always puts on an insane show, and the Monza turn 1 chicane never ceases to put on a show.
Man, everyone made it almost, I should say, made it through. I think Kevin Ellis got caught out in the feature race, but I was impressed that there was less, or not more drama, I should say. So, look, I'll leave it there. I think that you've said enough and summed it up brilliantly. Congratulations, what a season! I mean, that's almost domination, I have to say. And yeah, well done.
Thank you. Hope you're enjoying yourself there.
It's not bad. This is pretty good. I mean, they shut the lights out at Hockenheim behind us, but that's fine. I still have 2 pretty sick cars beside me, so I can live with it, I guess. We'll have to get you maybe I'll talk to Porsche now that you're double champion. Maybe one of these needs to be driven by you soon.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get the GT3R, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's going to be in the game soon. That's the good news. Thanks so much to Josh Rogers. Congratulations. Unbelievable. I'm going to try and get someone to help me put myself back together because I'm just all over the place here with, I can't even tie my shoes right now, okay? So I'm back to that in my life. But we're going to bring Ayçin Güven back into the set right now as he's going to head back over from his sim ring. Didn't exactly go his way today, but I still think it's important to sum it up. You did get race 1 the way you wanted because you finished in the top 20.
Yeah, everything on the plan. Just in the second race in the turn 1, there is some crash, and I just try to avoid. So I try to cut the chicane, but there is a car looking at me. So yeah, car get damaged, so I can't make the main race. But yeah, the sprint race was so much fun for me. I start from P30 and finish P20 with some good battles. So yeah, the pace was there, but just not like here today, like the big part of the season. But I'm really happy for the team. They make top 5 in qualifying, then they win the races, get the points, and I think they'll finish Josh win, Mitchell P2 and Charlie P3 in the overall standing. So a really good result for the team.
Super good, I have to say, all the way through. I mean, that's very impressive. How difficult was it for you to be in a different atmosphere? You were fine with that?
I just before the race talk with the team and I tell them I think we need something like this more often because it's so much fun. It's so because every time when we are in the purple room, it's always same, But here it feels different when you have a racing car next to you. When there is a track, even you can feel that. So I think it's experience maybe in the soon we will have with all team drivers in the same room.
That would be sick. Yeah. Unfortunately, COVID makes obviously that difficult. We did a lot to make sure we could to get here. I've had more Q-tips stuck up my nose than ever before in the last 4 days. Not that I've ever stuck them up my nose before, but we won't get into my history. But it's been, we've done what we can to make this happen, but you're right. How cool would it be to have everyone here? Look, I'm going to ask you this because Mitch didn't play ball. He wouldn't throw anyone under the bus. You're not there right now, so they can't get you back. Who's the worst roommate in the Coanda house?
No, nobody. I think all.
Okay, you guys are way too much of a team. Give me something here.
Atmosphere here is really good, so yeah.
All right, okay, fair enough. Wow, he's going to be polite. We are going to bring in someone else. We're going to talk to you a little bit more in just a second, but I want to bring in Marius Golenbach at this point. In order to do that, though, to talk about next season, he's the man behind all this. We'll meet him in a second. Let's take a look at what's coming up for Pesk. So Marius is coming in now. This is Marius Golenbach. He is the Porsche Program Manager of Esports Racing, which I guess is the fancy title to say you're the man behind Pesk and obviously bringing cars to iRacing and working with everyone. You must be thrilled with how this season went.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really hyped up. The race today has been insane. It's so many great battles all the way, the entire field, and overall I think it's a very positive statement for the whole season. It's been great racing all year, lots of excitement, and first time a double champion with Josh, so congratulations to Josh. It's been an amazing year for you.
Porsche's obviously made a long-term commitment to this with iRacing. We're seeing more and more of the cars coming in, the GT3 today. We've got one over here, which maybe I don't know, we'll see it or not. But I mean, how do you see esports being? I mean, obviously it's very much a part of Porsche, but in the long term, what's the goal? What's the project? Because more and more driver talent getting shown in it.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we see it as a part of our motorsports DNA. So it's just as much as the junior program for Ironshine in the Supercup, just as much as customer racing with the GT3R. It's always something we want to integrate in our motorsports DNA, and I think we've done that with the Supercup. So I'm really excited to announce that we will also go ahead for next season.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I mean, it seems crazy to me that this was such a season and there's so much still to talk about. I'm sure there's some results and provisions that will be looked at. But we do have, the show must go on. We do have to look at next season. So there is a next season. We know that. You just said that. I'm sure there's hopefully many, many more. But tell us a little bit about what you guys have planned.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first question we always get from viewers and contenders in the season. So when can we expect to get on track and race? So the good news is we will start with the first phase of qualifying in July. So there's a bit of off time now. Even if you're not on iRacing yet, you can create your account, you can get racing. So it's fairly easy to get started. And then you can join the qualifying in July. And eventually, I mean, the aim would be, once again, Supercup 2022 takes place roughly in the first half of the year again. I think that's what we can announce so far.
So like you say, you can sign up on iRacing. You can, I mean, anyone can qualify in theory, but you got to beat guys like IHN. But tell me a bit more about that works, because that's going to be coming up presumably fairly soon.
Yeah. So basically, what you want to do is you go on iRacing, you create your account, and then you wait until July, which is what we're telling you right now, the official date until the series starts. And up to that point, we will get you more information. So, for example, tracks and what you're going to race at what time and everything. We're still working that out. But, I mean, we're looking at what we can do. Seeing Monza now, it's a lot of exciting tracks.
I wasn't on camera. Well, I wasn't on camera for that, but I pointed at you for a reason. Look, GT3R is announced. There's a 992 here. Qualifiers probably still going to be in the 991.
So, unfortunately, we have to prioritize things, and obviously iRacing's working on a lot of interesting cars and tracks. So, I'm glad we announced the GT3R today. So that's a really exciting car to drive and lots of fun on the sim. I've driven it myself. It's been great. And we'll have to see for next year, honestly. I mean, there's a reason why we have the car here. It's our brand new car for Porsche, for our customer racing, as well as the Supercup where Ironshine drives in. So we'll have to look at 2022. Unfortunately, for the qualifying, we'll stick with the old horse, the 991, which has been duly tested for the last years.
Duly tested.
I mean, we've had 3 seasons in it, so it must be good.
So what you're saying is you can't confirm that this is going to be in the game, but there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you have to add a couple of things together and do your calculations. And, I mean, maybe if you want to focus on the right things, you focus on qualifying. And then by the time passes, we'll see.
All right, well, we'll come back to you in a second because I think there's a cool opportunity here. IHN, you know this car. Let's step over and talk about it a little bit because I didn't want to distract too much from what was going on with Pesk earlier, but you've just come back from Monza where you've driven the 992 for the first time. I know you mentioned wider tires, but talk me through a little bit of this thing because it's pretty insane. I've been a huge fan of Porsche Cup for a long time. In Canada, it's our best series. So as someone who follows it, this is the most insane looking one yet, I think.
Yeah, I feel like because I'm just seeing the last 2 generations, for me it's a really big step. But when I talk with the people who see also the 997 and before, even they say this is one of the biggest steps we've ever seen in the Cup generation. So, and also as I tell before, as a lap time, it's also much faster. Technically, we talk with you with the tires, with the downforce, with the engine.
Because I think the old car was 275 front.
Yeah.
Or because it's 305 now.
Yeah, I'm not good with numbers, but
okay, all right, sorry.
Yeah.
The only reason I know that is because I think my car ran the same front as the Porsche Cups, and every time I went to a race weekend that Porsche Cup was at, I couldn't get any friggin' tires because they bought them all. So I think it was 275 for sure on the 996 and before, but the 991s I think were as well.
Yeah, but
that's a big improvement though. Either way,
the driving changed a lot. I think one of the big topics is the tire in the front. It's bigger. It's like more difficult to make them hit, so it's more tricky to drive the first laps. But as soon as you have the heat on the tires, it's much better front grip and much faster, especially in the corners than the straight.
Is the steering much heavier because of that?
A little bit, but not too much. It's more the car was, because we checked the data with the car before, and it's not faster on the straight. It's even maybe a little bit slower because of downforce, but it's much faster on the braking and the corners. So.
Well, I mean, you can see the aero at the front. This is all very much new to the 992 Cup car. There's actually some venting that goes through it, and presumably that's going to go all the way through and over the windshield. That's going to add. You touched on the wing. That's a lot wider.
Also,
some big changes.
Also, rear tail is also different.
That's true. Yeah, we can't really see the back end, but obviously the 992 in the street going car has the full tail light all the way across, and it has a much more pronounced lip above it. So that would actually add quite a bit of aero in this car.
So this is really good machine to drive. So I hope maybe Marius can help us, but yeah, I hope to drive it also in the sim.
Yeah, well, that's again one of the cool things, because now you're going from a completely different platform. 991 sim, there's some relation.
I can't practice anymore for the real life in the sim.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say maybe Marius needs to for Porsche's sake. Yeah, he's going to lose the advantage that he has. I mean, not only that, maybe iRacing can ask him for feedback, right? You know both pretty well.
Yeah, there's always some synergies. I mean, you've driven the real car quite a bit, so it's time to get you in the sim as well.
What was the biggest surprise at Monza for you? Was it? Maybe I'm jumping ahead because you kind of alluded to braking, but what was the most impressive thing about this car?
Braking.
Yeah. All right.
Because
I kind of answered your question. Sorry.
It's like 30-35 meters later.
That much?
Yeah.
Wow, that's insane.
Like in Monza turn 1, we brake before like 205, 10. And now we are like 180, 175. Even in the quali session, I'm trying to brake in 150 and it's not work. I go straight, but it's it's like 30 meters.
At least you tried, right? Yeah. And obviously you said as well, there's a bit more aero, so the carbon splitter goes a bit further back under the body of the car now. The diffuser's full, so there's more of an under tray, which I heard you know all about.
I'm really looking forward to race with this car. I don't know if it's dirt air affecting more than before. I don't know how slipstream affect. I feel in the testing when I see some guys in the front, I try to get slipstream and I feel it
was noticeable?
Yes, it's like more than before. But dirty here, I don't have a chance to test. And I think in Spa, Rouge, we will test it.
I was going to say, your Spa next. So when do you go to Spa? You probably go Thursday?
Yeah,
or?
Like from here I do COVID test and, because of it.
And you'll drive, I assume it's not too far?
Yeah. So it's from Condors, it's like 2 hours.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, that's cool. And then you'll get the chance for it. I'm going to have to watch the results because I think Rudy is also in the Career Cup, another big, Rudy Van Buren, another big sim guy, obviously, for people that follow the sim racing
Also, we have
scene.
Lauren from the sim world, Lauren Henrik. He's also there.
Yeah.
There is some top sim drivers in the Career Cup Germany this year.
That's going to be a battle in itself. I think you have to beat them.
It's not easy. These guys are quick, so we will see.
Cool. Well, that's awesome. We'll jump back over, Marius, because just to conclude, I mean, this has been pretty cool. I think being here at Hockenheim is also very special. I know it's quite dark out there now. We've had the sun set on this. We're kind of setting the sun on season 3 of PESC. I think it's fitting as the man behind it to have kind of the final word on your final thoughts and I guess impressions of the whole thing.
Yeah, impressions. I mean, first of all, this weekend it's been great. We're all very tired now. I feel like it's been a long weekend. We've not just been here today. We've been here a couple of days. So there's a lot of people behind the crew, actually. A lot of people that you can't see behind these bright lights. So we've got about 20-25 people here. And obviously Porsche Experience Center and all the guys we need to thank. But then for the season again, we're obviously racing on iRacing. So big thanks to all the guys on iRacing for making this possible, as well as our title sponsor, Heuer, and everybody else involved. There's a lot of people always behind the scenes, but especially at the end of such a great race, such a great night, it's always important to say thank you, I think.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fitting. I also heard a rumor, and you can confirm this. They're actually sending the GT3R home with me. Is that?
Yeah, I got some requests from iRacing as well. I don't know where it's going. It's going somewhere. I don't know, Matthew.
I heard it's Canada.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. North.
No,
West,
that's
East. I don't know. Maybe.
Which way is Stuttgart from here? Probably there.
It depends on how long you take to get a trailer. Maybe.
Okay, I can get, if that's all it takes, I'll get you a trailer real fast.
Okay, I haven't said anything. Let's end. I've said too much.
Well, all right. Well, thanks very much for joining us. Aitchen as well, pleasure to have you here. Great to catch up with you over this. I think from there, I think it's just fitting that we end this all together. It's sad to do so, I have to say. It seems criminal that we have to close the season on something that's been so amazing and so impressive. On a personal note, I think it's been so much fun to be a part of this season, to get to know the drivers better, more intimately. I've been a fan of the series. I do think it is the best sports series right now in sim racing, but to be involved with it and see some of the dynamics, the drama today, Marius, I know you were enjoying that as well in the back room. And then, again, meeting guys like Aitchen, this is the first time we've actually met in person, but someone I've followed online. And to everyone, to you guys at home for being a part of it, for being part of the chat, for being part of the community at large of iRacing, for supporting this, for giving us yet another car with Porsche. And again, as Marius said, to everyone here in the studio, to my commentators that I worked with all year, it really has been a ton of fun. I hate that we have to end the season, but the good news is, as promised, we've got more on the way. Sign up for iRacing. You can qualify for PESC starting in July in the 991 Cup car. Maybe next year we'll have the 992, but I can't wait till we do this again. It's time to look back at some of the highlights and to thank you all very much for joining us this season for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Supercup Championship by iRacing, and we'll see you again very soon.